All right. Well, we are once again live from the Aquilina Health Center in slightly different circumstances. I can't see through my glasses. And we'll call the meeting to order. I'm going to ask for your patience and forgiveness in advance. We're trying to do a multi-faceted meeting tonight with a few folks on Zoom, some calling in for presentations, so we may have a little bit of technical delay here and there, but we appreciate you being patient. Thanks for being here tonight. And I think we will start with a Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure.
Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, we'll all stand. I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Are we going to write into persons to be heard? Oh, sorry. Does Ms. Bowen have the changes and additions? No?
Ms. Bowen?
I can read them if you don't, Ms. Bowen.
I can read them.
I think she's
She's
saying
muted.
she does, but
She must be muted.
yeah, she's trying to unmute herself.
Ms. Bowen, would you like Ms. Striplin to read the changes and additions?
I'm happy to read them. You can
go
see
ahead.
Ms. Bowen. So the superintendent recommends approval of changes and additions to the July 28, 2020 school board meeting agenda as presented. Item 1901, proposed tentative budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021, add documentation. Number 2, add item 5.04, reports to be heard, second harvest of the Big Bend partnership updates. Number 3, add item 5.05, reports to be heard, African American exemplar status updates. Number 4, item 17.02, amended 2020-2021 payroll dates pulled. Number 5, item 19.05, Michael and Susan Dell Foundation Actionable Insights Grant pulled. Number 6, add item 19.06, the 2020-2021 regular school year calendar amendment. The 2020-2021 regular school year calendar amendment was added after all required calculations have been checked. Number 7, add item 19.07, Leon County Schools 2020-2021 reopening plan. The Leon County Schools 2020-2021 reopening plan was updated to include additional information. Recommend approval.
Okay, motion by Ms. Striplin. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wood. All in favor? No objection. Show the changes and additions unanimously approved. No superintendent spotlight tonight. I'm sure we'll have plenty of conversation later. Reports to be heard from item 5.04. I believe we're going to
Hello?
be joined on Zoom for the second harvest presentation. Is Monique? Monique is coming. Presentation about second harvest.
Ms. Ellison, are you on?
There she is.
I'm here.
Great. I can see you and hear you. Perfect.
Perfect.
Excellent. Thank
Carry
you all
on.
so much. Yes. So thank you all very much for having me here virtually, for accommodating me this evening. Thank you so much, Mr. Jones, for the invitation, and for all members for hearing me. Daryl gave me a call last week, and it reminded me that it's important to pause and celebrate when we have opportunities to celebrate. And so what I wanted to do was to bring information to you all that I think is incredible, that I think will hopefully brighten everyone's day, about some good work being done by our community, in our community, specifically for the children of Leon County. So what we have done is partnered with several different businesses here locally who serve our service area, and we have been doing a month-long campaign to raise money, awareness, inform people about child nutrition issues and hunger that exists in Leon County. Some of the numbers that we have learned about is startling. We now understand that 30% of children living here in Leon County are hungry. They are food insecure. Their family is struggling. The impacts of COVID have really wrecked the stability of their homes. And so what we've been able to do with a number of partners is create a month-long campaign raising money for our after-school or a weekend backpack program. And the intention of the backpack program is to send children home with food on Friday afternoon so that they have nutritious food at their disposal all weekend long. And what we've been able to do is secure a matching donation from Envision Credit Union. And so the slogan for this month-long campaign was Envision No Hunger. And we will be able to announce this on Thursday, but I will give you guys kind of a sneak peek that all $30,000 of their matching funds have been matched. So we have already raised $60,000 with several commitments from other businesses coming in. The campaign concludes this Friday, but on Thursday, we're really going to make a loud exit. We're going to have a 13-hour telethon at our warehouse, raising money, bringing people closer to the problem, trying to highlight the issues that do exist. I'm really excited that Mr. Jones is going to be there at 12 p.m. to go live on the newscast with us. We will also have other members of our community that will be highlighting the way that they've seen this food and this product impact children in our community. And we're just so thrilled, first and foremost, for the opportunity to serve, but really for the partnership that we have felt with Leon County Schools. The members of this organization, the staff at Leon County Schools have been incredible, truly remarkable partnerships that have developed during our response to COVID. And I just want to thank everyone for everything that you've done to support Second Harvest. And just wanted to let you all know that on Thursday, if you're watching WTXL, there will be cut-ins all day long in our warehouse so that we can share information about the work that we're doing to serve children.
Monique,
Madam
that's
Chair.
fantastic. Yes, Mr. Jones, I don't see you on the screen, but I hear your voice, so carry on.
Okay, no problem. Monique, on behalf of a grateful Leon County School District, we thank you for what has been a very worthwhile partnership. And we realize that as we approach our brand new school year, this book backpack special that you're going to be able to provide our young people and our children and their families with 7 meals every weekend is going to go a great way to mitigating what we know is a hunger crisis for so many children who live in Leon County. And so we want to thank you for what has been a worthwhile partnership prior to the pandemic, through the pandemic, and for the times and days and months and years that lie ahead. Thank you for what has been your exemplary leadership and the infectious enthusiasm that you bring to this work. I want to also acknowledge Mr. Howarth from Leon County Schools, Dr. Michelle Gale and her team, and the great work that they have done. We have seen a seamless process of being able to serve so many children on a weekly and even daily basis. And so thank you, Monique, for what you do for our Leon County school children.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Monique, while you're here, I just want to clarify something you said, or I understood you to say. 30% of children are food insecure. How does that compare to the most recent statistics that you had? Sorry, my mask is falling.
So more of information on our entire service area, so less of a month or a county by county understanding. And so what we've really tried to do is work with Feeding America and some of the statisticians that they have there, where they are actually going across America and going county by county to truly learn the impact that exists there. So this is some statistical work that's been done nationwide for each county by Feeding America. And so they've provided us with that information so that we could really try and hone in and understand what is the meal gap that exists in each county that we're serving. And I can say that by far the number of children that are food insecure are greatest in Leon County as it relates to compared to all of the counties served by Second Harvest of the Big Bend.
Was there a pre-COVID number though that?
I think that it was somewhere around 20 or 25%, and we're up to 30 now.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
If I may, Madam Chair,
Mr.
Monique, I'd also just like to say thank you. I won't do it nearly as well as Board Member Jones, but you started it back in the beginning when we all went home. And Dr. Gale, I know Daryl gave her a shout out. Y'all have been an amazing team. We're just excited that you were going to be able to add 5,000 students per week to the program. We know that hunger issue is real, unfortunately, right here in our community, and you're a big part of helping us solve that problem. And just, we're very grateful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Monique.
Thank you.
All right. So I think for presentation under 5.05, the African American History Exemplar Status Updates, we are going to have the presentation phoned in, I believe. Miss Altamise Barnes, are you on the line yet?
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you now. Thank you for being
Okay,
with us.
great, great. Okay, first of all, thanks for this opportunity to be here with you tonight in this fashion. It's, of course, a bit unusual, but it's the time that we're in. And I too want to express appreciation to the Lynn County School District for the partnership that we have enjoyed probably close to 19 years now. We are known as the Blended Lives. I know everybody has been hearing about that, the All Fourth Graders program. And I was just so excited to get 2 or 3 calls. I think it's been School Board Member Dara Jones over the course of the last month or so. And we were talking about, given the time that we are in with the COVID-19, how we would continue to serve. And of course, we have not stopped. With the Blended Lives program, we've also already made contacts with Kathy Corder and the school district staff and administrators in terms of how we can do that virtually should the virus not dissipate by November. But the one program that I'm very excited about that School Board Member Jones and I discussed was the May 20th, 1865 emancipation. As many of you have probably noticed, there's been a lot of discussion about Black history from slavery to emancipation, what that is all about. And each year we have commemorated the May 20th important day in Florida's history. And now we want to give an opportunity for more students to experience that. Superintendent Hannah joined us, I think, the past 2 years. And I remember a statement made to me by him that more of our children need to know this history. That was over at the cemetery and then on over to the Knott House. So what we are planning to do, working with the school district and through School Board Member Jones's recommendation, is to create a virtual of that celebration. So more than just the 2 grades that come to participate physically will be exposed to that important part of our history. We will develop lessons around that important event, and we won't stop there. There are unfortunate things about this coronavirus that we are going through, but then we look for opportunities. So this would be an opportunity to also get some of our other programs linked with the schools so that regardless of the epidemic or normal, we can reach more students. Again, thank you so much for all of your support. And we are the entity that helps to solidify the exemplary status that the Florida statute requires, that all school districts teach African American history.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mrs. Barnes. I just appreciate your willingness to provide so much great insight for us. To my colleagues and to our superintendent, as you know, there's been a great deal of discussion relative to Juneteenth and how in many states that holiday is observed, where it celebrates the emancipation and acknowledges the emancipation of enslaved African American men, women, and children. And it is Juneteenth in a number of states. But for the state of Florida, it is May 20th. And I thought that I would like for, with your cooperation, to have the staff come back to us with an agenda item. The reason I asked Ms. Barnes to come and talk with us about the significance of May 20th, I would like for us to create an in-school holiday for May 20th, where schools across the expanse of our district would take May 20th and utilizing and harnessing the creativity of our faculty to teach the importance of emancipation. For more than 300 years, a blight upon the soul of this nation was that African-American men and women and children were enslaved. However, we saw the redemptive nature of our great nation when it took people from all walks of life who would then, with the cooperation of our great United States President Abraham Lincoln and our United States Congress, would ratify the 13th and 14th Amendment that gave equal rights to African-American people. And I think that that is the type of history that we should celebrate. And I think as we talk about Black Lives Matter and we put that into context, here we, as a school district who's already been acknowledged as an exemplar community, an exemplar school district for its teaching of African-American history, here now we as a district would pause on May 20th through essay contests, art contests, and all kinds of varied expressions, giving rise for all of our children of all races, all backgrounds, all perspectives, to learn about this great epic moment in the life of our great nation, where we turned a corner and embraced the truest integrity of our nation, that all men were indeed created equal, and had happened and it came to pass with the emancipation and subsequent Reconstruction. You'll also recall the discussion that we had regarding the origins of the original Lincoln High School, born of Reconstruction following the emancipation. The creation of Florida A&M University in our shadow was created through the land grant program, also a part of Reconstruction. And so I think that that storied history deserves to be shared, such that all of our children might be enlightened about what we did as a nation on one accord, that we would then come to emancipate freed former slaves, and then to set them on a path and to equip them to be great contributors to our greater society through that period of the antebellum time of Reconstruction. So with that, I'd like to offer a motion for further discussion that we would have the staff to come back to us with an agenda item to create the emancipation holiday for the Leon County School District, May 20th.
Ms. Bowen is trying to speak. There we go. Unmute.
Ms. Bowen, are you trying to chime in?
I am trying so, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Keep going.
Wow, we have it gone. I certainly do support what I've just heard from Board Member Jones, and I most especially appreciate the presentation that was made by the very first CEO, if you would, of the Riley House here, Ms. Altamise Bonds. I've been around, and I can remember when we as a board decided to partner with the Blended Lives program through the Riley Museum. I'm thinking that while the Florida statute suggests and did mandate that we teach African American history in our classes in our schools, and for many of them, they really, really do. But I'm wondering at this point, given what I'm thinking of as the importance of inclusiveness and diversity, if we might not take the idea presented just a little bit further and start to think of a way to make this a standard kind of policy in the academic curriculum, so that it does not get lost later on when when perhaps Mr. Jones is not here and I'm not here. And of course, policies can be changed all of the time. I'm one of those little girls who, from Jackson County, looks forward to May 20th and all the celebration that went with it in the way of being proud Americans and in the way of having some information and being informed about what it meant to be an American. And so having lived through all of this firsthand, I think it would be a great thing to do to provide this as a holiday for extra teaching. Mr. Jones has almost laid out the entire day's curriculum, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'd love to see if we could do some standard kind of policy or enhance and embellish the curriculum more so that it's an ongoing kind of thing to further inform and teach the community about the contributions yet of Americans, and we're not leaving anybody behind. I just needed to say that. Thanks. And I serve on the board of the Riley House. I do. And thank you, Mr. Jones. I wish I'd had that idea, but you did, and it's a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bowen. Ms. Wood, are you trying to chime in? I don't see you on the
I
screen.
am trying to. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you see me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. If there needs to be a second to that motion, I think Ms. Bowen just made it, so I'll let her have that second. And also just want to throw my support into that. Ms. Barnes and I had a nice talk recently about the importance not only of what we've mentioned, but understanding our local history, our local Black history.
Totally.
And of course that ties into the idea about Lincoln, the original Lincoln and Lincoln High School.
Yes.
And she had many other ideas. So I think that'll be so interesting to our students. And I look forward to having that curriculum developed using what they've already done. Thank you again, Ms. Barnes, Mr. Jones, for bringing this.
Sure.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, I was just conferring with council to make sure we're in the right posture in terms of Robert's rules. Since we have a motion and a second, even though it's not actually on the agenda as a consideration item, I think we can still go ahead and take.
It is on the agenda. It's an item on the agenda. It's under reports to be heard, but it is an item. And
Right.
the motion, as I recollect, is to ask or to direct the district, the superintendent and staff to bring something back to the board for consideration. So that's how we would get it as a consideration item.
Thank you.
We have
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
past, informally, board members in the past have informally asked the superintendent, but there's nothing that prohibits a board member from making such a motion.
All right, very good. So we have a motion by Mr. Jones, a second by Ms. Bowen. All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
No, anybody opposed? I don't hear any. I'm sorry, the Zoom delay is a little bit, just making sure we don't have it. It sounds like to me it's unanimously approved and the superintendent will be bringing something back to us.
Madam Chair.
Ms.
Madam
Bowen.
Chair. Thank you. I'm sorry. I would like to ask, in as much as Mrs. Barnes is still listening to us, for those members of the listening audience who may really not have an idea of what the Riley House is about, particularly about the Blended Lives program that we've been in partnership for many, many years, almost since its inception. Could we just ask her to take 2 or 3 minutes to talk a little bit about the Blended Lives program and what it actually means, please?
Yes, I'm happy to. The mission of the Riley House. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Early on, as I was saying, the mission of the Riley House is to preserve and teach African American and interrelated history. From the beginning, our focus has always been on the fact that it took all of us, all kinds of people, what we are today, and keep us that way. Then secondly, we felt that we did not want our programs to be confined to inside the walls of the historic Riley House. We feel that our obligation is to take it as far out as we can. So that's why we reached out to Goodwood Museum and Gardens back when we started, and the Leon County School District under Dr. Melinda Jackson, and came together to see how we could take advantage of the fact that the Riley House is a historic house originally owned by a slave, an enslaved person, and then look at Goodwood, which was a plantation. So it was like a natural blend there. And so what we do, we made a decision that because history is required on 4th grade level, we would bring every 4th grader in the school district to both properties. We would develop lessons before they go to the properties. And then we do on-site activities. The idea behind that was nobody can opt out. Someone saying, well, I don't want my child to go because of this, that, or whatever. Everybody participates. And therefore they get the history by osmosis or whatever, but it's presented and for consumption. And so since it's been 19 years now that we do, it started out 3 days. The last one, we were up to 8 days in order to accommodate all 4th graders.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you. May I say just very quickly how much I appreciate what Ms. Barnes has said, but I really do want to enter into the record here that our former school board member, Ms. Maggie Lewis Butler, took the lead on the state level to make certain that we have now what we have in Leon County schools with that Florida statute and the teaching of African American history. And if anybody's out there listening, you know that she was tenaciously on this. So I need to give her a very warm and respectful shout out for pushing this as well. She and Mrs. Barnes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. We appreciate you being here and all that you all do. It's an incredible program for anybody who's never been to the Riley House. I highly recommend it. I was very favorably impressed, and it's really a neat thing. So, great.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. And Ms. Barnes, my phone has not been ringing, so you obviously heard that you are placed right in the center of the budget for this school year, and it's an amazing program. I can speak as a former history teacher, as Ms. Wood is. There's not a better learning experience for our children than to learn something right here in our own community. And we've had a wonderful partnership for many, many years. And I know I speak for all the board members and me as the current superintendent that we will continue to have this relationship, because I think it's vitally important that all of our children understand their roots, and especially coming from and being a product of our public school system, that they have a firm grasp and understanding of some of the things that have taken place here in Tallahassee and Leon County, and to learn from the history that we have. So thank you. You're an amazing person. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jones?
I just want to thank my colleagues for their support.
And we thank you for bringing us this neat idea. All right. If we're ready to move on, I believe that takes us to persons to be heard. And
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have under the persons to be heard tab on the agenda, there are a total of approximately 120 public comments that were received as of the board meeting tonight. So those have been sent to you all, to all board members. They are attached here, and they will be attached to the minutes of this meeting. In addition, we have 13 speakers that are here to speak. So we're going to take each speaker in turn. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Using the timer here, you'll see a green dot first as you start to speak. When you have 30 seconds left, it'll turn to yellow, and then when your time is up, it'll turn red, and you'll get an alarm sound, okay? So when you come up, we're going to ask you to give your name and address for the record. The first speaker is Laurel Arnaldo. And forgive me for butchering your name, I'm sorry. Please give us your name and address for the record, and then your 3 minutes will start.
My name is Laurel Arnaldo.
Can you bring the microphone down so that we can make sure that we hear you? Yes.
Okay. My name is Laurel Arnaldo. My address is Gallagher Drive, Tallahassee, Florida. I just want to say thank you for listening, for being here tonight, and listening to all of us. I'm asking, as a mother of 2 high school students, that you open brick and mortar schools. My child's advocate, and I am speaking for them. I know that my kids said that they would do whatever they must to get back to a semi-normal life and school year. Neither of my children want to go back to online learning. They want routine. They want to be able to see their friends, and they want to make new memories, even if they're going to look differently. I've previously sent you all emails stating all my other facts that I have, but I know there's many other people that want to speak tonight. So I thank you for your time, and I'm praying for all of you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, speaker number 2 is Tammy Pulsifer. You come up, give us your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, Tammy Pulsifer, Buck Lake Road, Leon County. In the United States, more than 4 children die from child abuse and neglect on a daily basis. There are 2.9 million cases of child abuse reported every year in the United States. In total, 60.8% of those victims were neglected, 10.7% were physically abused, and 7% were sexually abused. More than 15% were victims of both of either 2 or more of those maltreatment types. As reported in the U.S. Today on May 13th, New York, Pennsylvania hospitals are treating more children with severe child abuse injuries, indicating that the state's most vulnerable kids are not safe at home during the coronavirus outbreak. Several advocates and pediatricians who specialize in child abuse said they're seeing an increase in the number of abused children who need to be hospitalized. And in perhaps the most grim outlook, a Penn State pediatrician said the worst is yet to come. Nationally, there's been a 50% decrease in calls to Childline, a state hotline that accepts reports of suspected abuse in 24 hours a day. Why? Because the people who would notice these changes, these injuries, red flags, are no longer in these children's lives. Temporary school closures result in the lack of interaction between children, their teachers, and other mandated reporters. At least 1 in 7 children have experienced child abuse or neglect in the past year, as recorded by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Our children will be paying the price for the protection of their adults. I remember a day when this would have been the other way around. But don't worry. I'm sure the little girl whose mom's boyfriend moved in while she is working at the grocery store all day and has taken a particular liking to her daughter is okay with a few more weeks at home. She's got this. She'll be okay. I'm sure the little boy who eats once a day because his parents are partying all night and sleeping all day has figured out how to make his food stretch a few more hours, so he's fine. He's got this. I'm sure the kid who is now involved in human trafficking because he has been left home for hours on end with a computer will figure out how to tell his parents that he's in love with someone older than he is, but his person is safe and his guy is nice. So while his parents are at work and he'll just meet up with him just once, he's got this. Go ahead and wait to start school. He needs more time with his new friend anyways. Go ahead, adults. Sacrifice the 1 in 7 for a virus that, if you get it, has a 99% survival rate and might leave you with shortness of breath for a few months. It's okay. Your lungs will heal. I'm sure these kids will eventually heal of their scars too. They've got this. Don't worry about them. You adults, stay safe.
Thank you. We are going to ask that once you're done with your comments, we have a line of people outside who are going to need to come in. So once you're done with your comments, if you could please step outside so that those folks can take those seats. Thank you so much.
Are they able to watch on the screen out in the?
In the front. They can go to the conference room in the
In
front.
the, the overflow room in the front, I believe it's on, Madam
Yes.
Chair.
So once you're
Can
done with your
somebody
comments
direct
here,
them so they're?
I think
I
they're
think-
being moved.
Yeah, I think Chief Hunkiar is directing them.
Excellent. Thank you.
The third speaker, Sharon Kerwin. Please come up, give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Sharon Kerwin, and I live on Loma Farm Road in Tallahassee. Good evening. I'm here tonight as a concerned parent. I have 4 children. 2 have gone through and graduated from Leon County Schools, and 2 more who will both be attending Leon High School this fall. About a month ago, you asked every family of your approximately 33,000 students to make a choice for their child's education, return to brick and mortar, attend the new digital academy, or enroll in Leon County's virtual school. We did that. We all made the choice that is best for our families. Those of us, the 60+% who want brick and mortar to reopen next month, want you to know that we are still here and we still want to send our kids to the classroom for face-to-face education. I understand that you have been inundated with emails calling you baby killers, grave diggers, and saying that you are forcing people into death camps and other horrible things. To accuse you of those things if you reopen the brick and mortar classrooms is not only sad. I hope you can each set aside those awful, untrue accusations and do what is best for all families and move forward with offering the 3 choices you gave Leon County parents: brick and mortar, digital academy, and Leon County virtual. This will meet the needs of all families, but forcing just an online education will only meet the needs of some families. And if education was online only next month, what does the single working parent do who has no choice but to go to work? What about the teen who's started to struggle with mental health issues since the shutdown began and needs to be in the classroom with a teacher among friends and classmates? What does the 2 working parent family do who needs every penny to make ends meet? What about the kids who need to be at school because it's their only safe place? What about the elderly grandmother who's raising younger school-age grandchildren? What does she do? And the list goes on and on and on. None of us know all the reasons why families have chosen brick and mortar, but over 60% did, and that is what needs to be offered to those families. And some other questions I have are, what about the hundreds of bus drivers, the cafeteria workers, the nurses' aides, the teachers' aides, the on-campus support staff, etc.? What will they do? Will they lose their jobs? Will they be furloughed? How will they make ends meet? And what about the government funding loss for not reopening brick and mortar? How will that affect our public schools and our ability to provide an excellent education? What about families that will leave the public school system if there is no brick and mortar option? They'll leave for private schools, home schools, other virtual schools outside of Leon County. What about the money lost there? And ultimately, the teachers that will lose their jobs because of the money being taken out of Leon County schools. There is no perfect solution in this situation, but the best solution is to move forward with offering all 3 options and allow families to choose what is best for them. I do thank you for your time and your tireless work to meet all the needs of our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Annette Edward, and she may be outside.
What is that name again?
Annette Edward, Edeward.
Get another one while she's coming.
That person is way down. They're all outside.
Are there any other speakers that are in the room?
Ma'am, your name? Can you say that again? Danae Williams. Okay, Ms. Williams, go ahead, come on. Yes. If you could give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Danae Williams. I live on Terrain Drive. Good evening, Superintendent Hannah and members of the Leon County School Board. My name is Danae Williams, and I have 2 daughters currently enrolled in the Leon County school system. First, I would like to say thank you for all of the hard work each of you has put in for our Leon County students. Your efforts are very much appreciated. I am here tonight in support of the option for students to return to brick and mortar classrooms. And I am speaking as a mother who knows what is best for her 2 daughters. I do not insist, as some seem to, that this school board and the superintendent eradicate every single COVID risk factor for my child before I send them to school this fall. I know the COVID risk factors. They are very low for these students. I am more than comfortable with the safety measures that have been put in place by the task force. I ask that you remember that keeping kids 100% online raises other risk factors for our students, ranging from abusive home situations to mental health issues. I ask you to please allow the parents who are nervous to send their children to school to stay home and utilize the county's digital academy. However, for those 60% of us who want our children back at brick and mortar school and who are comfortable with the task force's safety measures, please allow our students to return to brick and mortar as soon as possible. Please do not take that option from us. Our governor and commissioner of the Florida Department of Education have directed you to give us this choice. Thank you so much for all of the hard work you are doing and for the tough decisions you are continuing to have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Annette Edward.
Could we get the next person on deck?
Yeah, I sent it to John. Ms. Morris. Please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Annette Edward. I live off Thomasville Road. I have 3 kids, 2 who are still involved in the public school system. My husband and I personally feel that it's important for our children to return to brick and mortar. To us, there's a huge benefit in instruction that just is not the same, for at least for our children, with virtual learning or distance learning. Several weeks ago, parents were given the option to answer a survey that was requested how you feel comfortable with your children learning in the fall. We said brick and mortar, and from what I understand, over 60% of people, tax-paying people in Leon County, said that they wanted brick and mortar. So quite honestly, I'm still a little confused at why we're having this conversation tonight. I'm happy to engage, but not quite clear on why we're continuing this conversation when over 60% have voted. It's understandable that people are fearful of the unknown regarding COVID. In this situation, the best we can do is look at our data and what medical scientists and doctors are saying. In this case, many are supporting the return of students to school and feel that the risk is minimal. The CDC has stated that the best available evidence indicates that COVID-19 poses relatively low risk to school-age children and that transmission among children in schools may be low. Based on current data, the rate of infection among younger school children and from students to teachers has been low. There have also been few reports of children being the primary source of COVID-19 transmission among family members. The available evidence provides reason to believe that in-person schooling is in the best interest of students, and that's from the CDC. In addition to this information from CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics says, "We recognize that children learn best when physically present in the classroom, but children get much more than academics at school. They also learn social and emotional skills at school, get healthy meals, exercise, mental health support, and other services that cannot be easily replicated online." Schools also play a critical role in addressing racial and social inequity. This pandemic is especially hard on families who rely on school lunches, have children with disabilities, or lack access to internet or health care. Not only do the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics agree that it's best for brick and mortar schools to open, but thousands of doctors around our country are sending the same message. There is a greater risk to children in not opening the schools than there is in opening the schools. For those that do not feel comfortable in sending their children to school just yet, I can respect that, totally respect that. Fortunately, our county has given us the option of distance learning, and we appreciate that. But for those majority of citizens that voted to return to the building, I ask that you please respect and listen to the people of Leon County. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl A. Mars. Ms. Mars, if you please come to the mic, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I am Cheryl Mars, and I'm not here to talk about COVID. I've heard enough COVID to do me for a very long time. I am here to back up a statement that was made to you at the June board meeting by Lynn Jones. Every word that she said regarding what happened at Riley is 100% correct. There were 9 people that were victims. I was one of them. In addition to that, there were 6 more who vacated their positions, and those positions were never filled. I had another option, which I took. What hurts me deliriously is that you, Superintendent Handa, pushed for us older folks to be out. That hurt to the marrow of my bones when I was told that you were pushing to get the older people out. Don't know why you do that. Because of that, I did not get to finish my last year of drop. I did not get to finish my last reading endorsement course. Now I don't have the chance to do either one of those. I wish I could say that you should pay me for that last year, but I seriously doubt that's going to happen. At Riley, I was a media specialist, and that library is in better shape than it had been in 3 years. I don't know what I did wrong because Ms. Knight never told me. I have no clue. All I got was a positive observation that was done before Christmas, before COVID ever came into being. It was never, ever put into Leon Leads. When I asked why, I was given a blank look face. The whole reason I went to Riley was because the principal that y'all appointed for bond told me 11 years ago that I was too white to work in her school. So when I showed up first day for pre-planning, she looked at me and said, I don't know what I'm going to do with you. I said, have no fear. I'll see to it that you don't have to worry. Into Riley. This is not Leon County District that I knew and loved and came home to. I survived Katrina. I lost my mother. I came home thinking that I had a place that was good and safe and happy to work in. My first 7 these last 2 years have been hell on earth, if you'll excuse my French. I don't get it. I don't know what I did wrong, and I want somebody to please tell me. But so far, they haven't done that. A very impersonal phone call from Miss Knight said, thank you very much, but see you later. My website, my email was shut down immediately. I had to beg the district to give me back my email so that I could pull my reading endorsement assignments out of there before they dumped those. I don't know what you want. But I do know, Superintendent Hand, that I cannot support you in your reelection by the mere fact that if you're going to push us older folks out, you're losing you're losing one of the best teachers that Leon County has ever seen. Not the best, but one of the best. And no, I'm not perfect. But you kicked me to the curb, so I'm gone. And I don't understand it, but I'm hurt, and I'm devastated, and the pain goes right to the marrow of my bones. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Albert Willis. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Albert Willis, Buckhaven Trail, Tallahassee, Florida. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you tonight. I don't normally talk this fast, but 3 minutes, so let's rock it. First, I want to say a few words that'll probably make most people watching this think you paid me to be here. I want to say thank you to all of you for all the work you do for the kids of our county. I know from my own job where I'm asked to make decisions that affect others that it is so easy for people to just sit back and critique decisions that are made. School board didn't do this right. Superintendent, you made this bad call. But the reality is you have more information than any of us when it comes to what it takes to reopen these schools. Personally, even though you don't need my approval, I think you're doing a good job. As my opinion, distance learning is not learning. My wife is a former elementary school teacher. We followed the virtual protocol in the spring to a T, and I'm thankful that state testing was canceled in the spring because my guess would be the scores would have been disastrous. It's mainly why, as a parent, I'm disappointed in the Florida Educators Association for filing a lawsuit against the state to try to stop the reopening of the schools that will just enrich the lawyers at great taxpayer expense. Just so I have this right, I would imagine most members of this union have spent the last 4 months not locked inside their home. They've been going to Walmart, they've been going to Publix, they've been going to all these places just like everyone else. So what the union's position is, it's okay for all these other people to take risks so that we can live as normal a life as possible during a pandemic, but when it's time for us to be essential, no, that's too dangerous. Educating our children in a brick and mortar school is shown to be the most effective way to ensure the future success of our community. I would consider that more essential than an auto parts store being open. Nothing against auto parts stores, it's just an example. I also want to offer you this ray of hope for those that are concerned about coming back to work at a school. My profession is essential. I've worked throughout this pandemic in an office setting with dozens of other people. Since the pandemic began, 2 people in our office have come down with COVID. We don't know where. But they stayed home as soon as they felt symptoms, and we sanitized their workspace. And to our knowledge, they did not infect anyone else. The point is, I say that to illustrate that COVID is completely beatable. If you institute policies and procedures and you stick to them, we can beat this thing, and you can have school. It can be done. Everything I've seen from you as the board and superintendent that you're trying to do that. And for that, I do sincerely thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Robert Daly. Please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Robert Daly, Corn Lakes area. Thank you for your time. You guys do have a very tough decision. Sorry when I speak, the glasses fog up. Glad my kids don't have to wear glasses. I'm here because I've been watching you all on Facebook. I'm trying to watch and educate myself and understand what you're all going through. At the end of the day, though, the way I view this is that we have orders from the governor and everybody else to open our schools. And we're having these debates. Great, I have no problem with debates. But our orders are to open the schools. So instead of having debates, we should open, not open, how can we make this safe as possible? Keep moving forward. I feel like we're holding ourselves back by having these continuous debates on this. And we're having these discussions. All right, let's find a way to do it. My background, I'm a former law enforcement officer. I'm a former director of environmental services here at TMH. I've been at Bay Medical. I've been in Savannah, Forest John. I've been in so many different places, Shands Hospital. So I understand about being with infection control teams, getting things sanitized, and getting things ready to be cleaned and sanitized for the employees. Yes, it's hard. We're dealing with kids. It's a little bit more difficult, but it can be done. And I think we should be reaching out more to the experts in that, getting with TMH, getting with their infection control team. How do they keep their environment safe? How they have employees who are making $7, $8 an hour, who are going to these COVID rooms. They're pregnant. They got families. They got kids. They're going to work every day, and they're cleaning these rooms. They're more at risk than anybody else. But you don't hear a strike or a walkout from these employees doing that. This is their job. And I'm not saying, hey, I have a lot of friends who are teachers, and I love them. My girls love them. I consider them friends. It's just a tough time, a tough place to be. And everybody's going to have opinions. And I just think we should be we have orders like anything else. I'm a former, I'm law enforcement. Sergeant tells me to do something, I do it. We have orders that, hey, we got to open schools. Let's find ways to get it and just move forward. Now, if something doesn't work, we can always change it. We can tweak things. We just don't have to stop immediately. We can find ways to do it, but I think we need to reach out more to the hospitals, the directors of their infection control teams. Hey, can we sit with you guys? Show me what your policy and procedures are to get this room sanitized and cleaned. Are the UVC lights really that good? I know we use them all the time for surgical utensils. There's a reason for it. Attorneys come after, trying to figure out why this was not sanitized. I've been in those meetings too with boards. So you guys have a really tough decision, but unfortunately it came down to where they want schools open, and all I'm hearing is no this, no that, or there's so much negativity, and it's so easy with social media. They say, oh, we got 2,000 negative comments. Well, 2,000 out of 1 million or 3 million is not a whole lot. It really isn't. It's just, it seems like those voices are being heard more.
Time.
But thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Next speaker, Scott Mazer.
Scott Mazer, 3319 Dartmoor Drive, Tallahassee, Florida, President at Leon Classroom Teachers Association. To just start off, Madam Chair, School Board Superintendent, want to make sure that we understand what the FEA lawsuit's about. It's not about stopping schools from opening. It's about providing options for areas, for the districts to choose from. So there were some areas that didn't have those options, and this is what that's about. It's not against the school board. It's not against students. So I wanted to clarify that piece. What I really want to ask is for some help in understanding what we're going into. I think that's what a lot of teachers and educators are asking for, because information reduces anxiety and it gives context for what's taking place. Just coming in here today, there's a team of people that are doing the sanitizing, that are wiping down, dedicated people for wiping doors, doing this. But in a classroom, that team's not there. So there's concerns. Just in the waiting room, we had individuals that didn't have masks on, and we're talking about particles going 15 feet from sneezing, screaming, and those types of things. But we have classrooms that are 6 feet apart, and we're asking kids not to wear masks in those situations. And if you've ever been a part of a classroom when it comes to answering questions and getting help, we know it's not a normal talking voice. These are the things that people are asking about, because we've got kindergarten teachers, primary teachers that know that they have thumb suckers, and then this is something else that they have to deal with. We've got special area teachers that have equipment for upwards of 30 students. And in the transition time, what does that look like for them to be safe to go ahead and make sure that the equipment's ready for the next group? Is there a team that's there for them to go ahead and make sure that that's ready? This is not about not opening the schools. Every teacher wants to teach and wants to be in those classrooms with their students. And those students want to be there. But the expectations of what that looks like, I think some people are still thinking that it's going to be like it used to be. We don't know that until we get there. And so this is the cause of concern. And when it comes to certain things, we are giving options to students and parents. But as far as employees, we're saying, this is what it's going to be. You're going to be on site. Where there are some people that have ADA accommodations that would need to be somewhere in the safest environment. And we're going to be dealing with those on a one-by-one basis through the labor. And what does that look like when we get to that point when we start schools? Is it going to be overwhelmed? We don't know, because we haven't even gotten to the point of finding out how many people need those things. The email only went out on Monday. This is the summer. Teachers are working for free. They're filling the professional development groups. They're having team meetings right now addressing all this.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Kim Strelo.
Good evening. My name is Kim Strelo, 206 Fairway Drive. Madam Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Hannah, I'm here tonight to express concern over the impression that you are giving to the public that teachers do not want to return to school. That is not at all the case. Teachers are just asking for you to take the necessary safety precautions for us to return. We have been asking for a meeting to discuss these issues, but have yet had one. We have been asking for you to take us into consideration, and we have given nothing but disrespect. We have been asking for you to negotiate our working conditions as set forth by the law, instead of being told what we will and shall be doing. We have been asking about our process if a teacher has COVID, and yet have no process in place and have been told that we will use our own leave. We have been asking for the safety plan to be updated with current CDC guidelines, and it is not. We have been asking for you to inform parents correctly and on what the digital academy will look like, instead of confusing parents and suggesting that it would look like what the spring looked like. We have been asking you to be honest with us and to tell the public the truth about how you cannot guarantee anyone's safety. We have been asking for you to make sure that everyone is aware of what school will look like and how it will not look normal. We have been asking for you to give the real truth of teachers. We have asked you to think of teachers who have medical conditions, who need accommodations according to the ADA, who would like to do digital only, and think of the ones who want to return to the classroom, despite the risk. Teachers want to be at work. We want to return to the classroom, but we do not want to be blamed for this or be sacrificial lambs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Megan Mansell. Please give us your name and address for the record. Wait 1 second so that she can clean it for you. When you get to the podium, please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Megan Mansell, and my relevant experience is as a district education director responsible for the integration of immunocompromised, severely and profoundly disabled, undocumented, autistic, and behaviorally challenged students into our school system. I also have a background in PPE applications, which is in hazardous environs, which masks and which PPE are required. So I can look around this room and tell that every single person here is in no way protected in any way, shape, or form for themselves or protecting anyone else in this room from COVID-19 based particulate, because COVID-19 is 0.04 or under 0.04 microns, which makes it a radically behaving particulate, requiring under OSHA 0.06 to 1.4 microns is the COVID-sized particulate. And so N95 or higher grade masks with an OSHA certified fit test plus eye protection in known contagion scenario is the baseline requirement of PPE to be worn to protect oneself from COVID. Wearing this does not protect the people around me. So when our hospitals are giving N95 masks to patients upon release, you need to know that the exhale valve does not filter COVID-19 size particulate. This is important because no matter who you're putting a mask on, if you're telling yourself that you are wearing a mask to protect other people, you are wrong. The populations that I serve, people such as undocumented people who have no access to non-emergent health services right now, any of the education supports or online testing access, they also don't have access to testing facilities. And so what I would do differently is I would ask for everybody in this district to ask yourself a question. Are you immunocompromised, or are you in direct contact with populations on a regular basis? If yes, you are subset 1, group A. If no, or you must be maskless for any reason and are not immunocompromised, you're subset B. If you cannot mask but are immunocompromised, you are in grouping C. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I can tell you personally how to fully write this safely under your matrix of services right now to accommodate all of your families within this district who are in category A or C. The maskless populations of employees and students, why can't they go back to school together? Why do we need names on our buildings when we have people to fill the seats who are willing to say, I'm risking it with my immune system? Oh,
Time.
that was
Thank you.
not like
Can I get your name again?
Megan Mansell. The next speaker is Johnny Ingram. Will you please come to the podium, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Ingram. I reside at 1406 Lehigh Drive, Tallahassee. I'm a teacher, 9th grade avid teacher at James S. Ricketts High School, where I serve students. And I'm a sponsor of several clubs that I started years ago. I'm also working with the Sunshine Committee, where years ago I submitted a proposal to the site committee under Dr. Gale's leadership, and I work with them. And at the district level, I'm a member of the Title I Advisory Council. A few years ago, I came here to plead with you not to close down the community centers under Title I for our most needed students. I worked at Holden Street, Basin Street, and Orange Avenue over the years, and we had partnerships with Comcast for internet and cable. The city gave us free utilities, and each site provided us with a building to be used. We also had numerous community agencies such as TPD's Weed and Seed program. The different universities and other organizations were volunteering with us. The kids were at schools that we changed the policy where 70 and 80% of their grades came from tests. Social studies and science was the one project grade that we worked with them on. You all heard me, you thanked me for my concern, but you closed it anyway. 8 years ago, I wrote a research proposal for us to work on the importance of moving our Title I kids into digital learning and how we had to prepare them to be able to catch up with their non-Title I peers. But the district had stopped the action research program, and now here we are 8 years later, still in that dilemma. Mr. Superintendent, when you were running for your office, You said in the debate that you were for the teachers. You promised us a raise, and you were going to also stop the practice that had been going on where they were just appointing people into administrative positions, and that you were going to open up those positions for people to be able to apply for them countywide. And I believed you. I believe your word, and I supported you on that. But we're yet waiting on those raises. And it was great that the other workers got raises. They needed it. But we got enhancements, and I'm still waiting on those things. I just want you to know that. I still like you. You're doing a lot of good stuff. And my dear board members, to you all, I'm asking you for your help, because you have the power to grant us the raises that we need. And now is the time while you're working on the budget and trying to finalize the budget. Over the years, the administrators even gained access to a better and less costly insurance than the teachers. Gaston County's budget was cut a couple years ago, and then the cuts, they still orchestrated a raise for their teachers. Now I humbly come to you, our great leaders of this fine district. No. I come to you now to ask you for your help. And I was finna give you a list of ways that you can adjust that budget to give us that raise. But you all get the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. The next speaker is Shara Bankston. Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Shara Bankston. I live in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm just coming today to speak to the fear about the long-term effects that I keep on seeing on social media and spoken about in regards to decisions that are being made. But this virus has only been known about for 6 to 7 months. I'm not sure how they can speak to long-term effects when it's been around for less than a year. There are many viruses that have long-term effects and that we have never shut down our economy or our schools for. I am thankful that the death rate from this virus seems to be going down and that we're learning better ways to treat it. I got the Epstein-Barr virus 8 years ago. I have lifelong effects from that virus. It is an extremely common virus that the doctors do not even test for anymore because 85% of the population has contracted that virus, and it comes out as a cold for most people. For me, it turned into mono. So that's just, I want to speak to the fear that everyone is feeling, and that we just need to sit back and just think it through on whether we want to be controlled by fear or just making wise decisions. And I thank you, school board, for your time, and I do not envy your job right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker, Madam Chair, and I'm going to butcher this name, I apologize, Razia Riquo.
It's okay.
Please come and give us your name as it's intended to be said. Allow her 1 second to clean the podium.
Thank you.
And then once you give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, so my name is Razia Rito. I also go by Razi, address Monitor Lane, Tallahassee, Florida. Today, I'm actually here to speak for our fallen angels here in Leon County, Jordan Bird and Karen Bradwell. As a daughter and an alum of the K-12 system, I am not ready to see my parents become a statistic. I am not ready to see my fellow teachers and staff workers and custodians and bus drivers die because of a virus. I'm not ready to see my high school peers live in fear because a friend of theirs passed away due to COVID. I understand that everybody is eager to get back to school. I understand that there are a lot of things going on in this country and in this county and in the state of Florida. The numbers are continuously rising, and all I ask is the school board to trust your intuition, to listen to your heart, because as soon as you open the schools and someone catches this virus, we'll have to close again. And I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready to lose my family. I'm not ready to lose my friends. I was a student in Leon County schools from kindergarten until high school. Gilchrist, Montford, and Lincoln High School. I was here. I am not ready to see any more death. We can be patient. We can be patient. There's no need to rush. We were able to close the schools down after spring break in March. We can wait until we resolve this issue. I understand that the school board is working their hardest to try to find a balance here. Because I get the concern of the teachers. I get the concern of the parents. We've got single mothers out here working their behind just to get a paycheck for their child. I get it. But please understand that this virus will strip away people that you love in an instant. We see it, we can't ignore it. So I ask you as an alum, as a child of 2 Leon County school teachers, to please consider this. Delay the reopening of public schools. Just wait and be patient and trust that all things will work accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last speaker, Madam Chair.
All right, that concludes our persons to be heard segment, and that takes us to the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Striplin,
Second.
second by Mr. Jones. All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing no objection, show the consent agenda through item
Jesus.
17 approved. Takes us to consent agenda number 18. Your motion?
Move approval.
Moved by, second by Ms. Bowen. Without objection, show that unanimously approved. Takes us to item 19.01, the proposed tentative budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. Ms. Banks, Ms. Coughlin.
I believe Ms. Sanders is with them tonight as well, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Sorry, I looked away. Ladies?
Good evening. If anyone would like paper copies, we provided Ms. Coffee with paper copies also. So as we did last week, we're going to be starting off on the page with the agenda. It's the page after page I that has no page number.
Kim, can you give us just a minute so we can?
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so what we planned on doing, just to give you an overview, again, we're going to do similar to what we did last week with move through the tentative budget packet. We can answer any questions then, and then also we have some budget highlights just to provide a little bit more detail about what is in this budget, and then we can go ahead and move into the public hearing after that. So again, the taxing authority is the School Board of Leon County, Florida, and the total millage rate to be levied is 5.963 mils. Since that's more than the rollback rate of 5.917, computed pursuant to section 200.065 paren 1 Florida statutes by 0.79%, we have to advertise a millage or a tax increase. So again, the rollback rate is the rate that we would have to, the millage rate that we would have to levy to bring in the same amount of revenue as we did last year. But as we discussed last week, the tax roll is increased by over 6%, so increased by over 1.1 billion. So that's why, even though our millage rate is going down, and we'll see that in the next pages, we're still having to advertise an increase. Once we move through the packets and finish all the questions, this portion at the bottom that's in bold will have to be read into the minutes. The next page is the resolution that we have to send to the Department of Education. Basically, it goes through each of the different millages, the amount to be raised by each of the millages, and the millage rate itself. So at the top, you'll see the required local effort. That's number 1. In column A, that's the certified tax value. That's the same throughout. The amount to be raised is almost 72 million, and the total mills is 3.715 mills. Below that is the discretionary tax millage for operation purposes. It's 0.748 mills. That's the same. That's the maximum we can levy. It's the same as last year. The proposed amount to be raised is about 14.5 million. And on the back is our capital outlay millage. Again, we have that at the top of the amount to be raised, which is the top that we can levy, which is 1.5 mils, and the amount to be raised is 29 million. The next page shows you the difference in the millage rate between last year and this year, and you can see the decrease. Last year, the total millage that we levied was 6.167 mils. This year, the amount to be levied is 5.963 mils. And if you look at the required local effort, that's where the decrease is coming from. Last year, the required local effort was 3.919 mils, and this year it's 3.715 mils. And again, that's the amount that we are required to levy in order to receive state funds. In order to participate in the FEFP, we have to levy this. Below that, you can just see the difference in the tax roll. Again, you can see our tentative tax roll there, a little over 20, it's 20.1 billion, and last year you can see the tax roll, the certified tax roll was about 19 billion. The next page just goes into the rates that we are levying and the rollback rate. And you can see it's the major change is the current year state law rollback rate, where you can see that's 3.760. And then if you look below it, you can see that the state law millage rate is 3.715. So that's the decrease. If you look at where the current local board rate to be levied is 2.157 mils, and then I guess it's about the fourth row, you can see the proposed local board millage is 2.248 mils. That's why we're having to advertise an increase, because again, even though the required local effort decreased, this did not decrease below the rolled back rate. The next page is just requirements for the newspaper. Page 7, page 8, and page 9 are the ads that ran in the newspaper last Saturday. So page 7 shows the amount that we raised last year was 117 million. This year's proposed tax levy is proposed to bring in 120.3 million. And again, that is required to receive $132 million in state education revenues. Page 8 is our capital outlay ad, which shows all of the different items that our capital outlay, our 1.5 mils, can be used for. And page 9 is a snapshot of the total budget. And so as we did last week, I'll kind of talk at a high level. Naomi will go into the general fund. Ms. Sanders is going to do special revenue, debt service, and capital projects, and then we can go into the highlights throughout the budget. But one of the big changes, you can see the total budget is $521 million. That's about a little over a $12 million decrease from last year. And the big change there is the capital outlay budget. As we're getting closer to the end of several of our larger projects, that fund balance and the total budget in that fund is going down. But we'll go into that as we walk through everything. Naomi, do you want to start?
Okay, on page 10, this is the revenue page where it shows our estimated where we are at this point in time and closing the books and where we will be next year. I'd like to point out the 5.6 million for the teacher salary increases are in this. I apologize for that. I gave Natalie the wrong page, so that embarrassed me terribly. But you can see that that's in there now. It was allocated on the other side. I just gave the wrong page here. I've never done that in 30 years. But if you look at this, the major changes in here would be that teacher salary increase that the legislature set aside. However, they did away with best and brightest. So that's a net of about a $2 million increase between those two. You can also see that the governor vetoed the school recognition dollars, so there's not going to be any school recognition dollars this year, so that'll show the decrease of about $2 million. One of the other changes that you'll see in here is at this point in time, when I was doing this budget, because it doesn't change from last week to this week, was our after-school programs. I'm working with the programs now they're starting to hire a little bit, they're starting to build their budgets, but it's going to be very, very conservative without knowing how many they're going to have after school and the guidelines they will have to find. That will be in the final budget. You will see a budget for them. It won't be the amount that it was last year because of having all the things that they're going to have to do for next year.
Naomi, if I could take just a minute, that's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't tell who's
I
talking.
know.
Ms. Stripling.
I just want to point out what you said real quick because I think it's going to be a really relevant part of our conversation as we move forward. That while we're looking at an additional $5.6 million for teacher salaries, right below that we see two negative line items, and we are looking at a reduction of 3.3 for Best and Brightest because that's no more, and a reduction of $2 million for school recognition funds because that's no more. So we're looking at a reduction almost equivalent to the amount of the addition that we received for teacher salary increase. Is that correct?
As a net, yes.
Thank you.
But those dollars were like the school recognition only went to certain schools.
Right.
So hopefully next year they'll get those funds back. If you look down at the bottom, this is our preliminary ending fund balance for as of June 30th. So you can see we're ending out with about a 51 million ending fund balance. Last year it was 49 million, so we're up a little bit. There's, various reasons, some of them being the fact that schools did close in March and spending virtually was non-existent other than salaries and things that we would have to take care of. So if you go to page 11, these are the same types of pages you've seen before, and I won't go through each one of them because you're very familiar with them. But if you go to page 11, that's where I take all those funds and reallocate them out for the 2021 year. The things I would like to point out on here is the thing that increases for us are going to be the Empowerment Scholarship. They increased the number of parents that can apply for that, so we've anticipated another $1 million to go for that this year. So we're at $3.5 million between McKay and the Empowerment Scholarships. The other thing is we have another charter school opening this year that we're anticipating, based on the numbers they've given us of the students, is raising what we're giving the charter schools is going up about $4 million. So between charter schools and the Empowerment Scholarship, we have no growth in our FTE to start with. So we have there, our schools are going to lose FTE to these two programs. They already have. Plus the Tallahassee Math and Science has also extended the number of students that they're taking by about 250. So we're making estimates there. Hopefully, we're pretty close. Hopefully we're coming in low and maybe we'll get some of those dollars back. But unless you have any particular questions on this, the pages 12 and 13 are really basically the same pages you've seen before. Nothing super other than adding those new categoricals we did set aside just because we know, or we're anticipating after the November election when they're going to have a special session, most likely we're going to be adjusted downward because of the revenues coming into the state. We've set aside $5 million right now to help cushion us when that holdback comes so that we don't have to go into our regular budgets or our emergency reserve. We've got some there. It may be more, it may be less, but all we can do at this point in time is a guess. Any questions?
And I think when you go through the other sheet, Kim, y'all highlight some of the things that she's talked about that are kind of buried in here to bring them out to light.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
Okay, moving on to page 14, when you're looking at the federal projects, these are primarily the grants that we receive directly through the Department of Education. The top part shows our revenues, and it's outlined for you by project and how much we're anticipating. It includes roll forward funds from projects we didn't finish spending on, and then it also includes projects that aren't ending on June 30th, so we'll continue to have the opportunity to spend those funds, and then any new awards that we're expecting throughout the year. Below then you'll see the outline of the expenditures. We don't carry a fund balance in this fund. Whatever we spend is exactly what we get reimbursed for. If you go to page 15, that is our also another special revenue fund for nutrition services. as previously discussed last week, with schools being closed, we saw a decrease in our revenues, and we're anticipating that to continue for the 2021 year, being that we will not be at full capacity for the schools. So with that, we've made as many of the adjustments as we could on expenditures below. You'll see that our salaries are decreasing with some repurposing of staff and things of that nature. And while we are anticipating ending with about a $1.9 million fund balance for this year, next year we are just going to squeak by. Looking at page 16, that's the capital improvement fund. The two main sources of revenue on the top that you'll see are the 1.5 mils, and then the other capital outlay is our half-penny sales tax. We just got in today the revenue for May, and we were anticipating it to be about the same as the previous month, which was a $500,000 decrease. It was only about a $260,000 decrease. I know.
Some good news today, Miss Sanders.
Yeah, really. So we are hoping that we will see even June be not that far off for last year, but we won't know until we know. So those are the main sources of revenue, as you see on the top. And then for the bottom is, again, the expenditures. It includes all our remodel projects. As we discussed last week, it has the $1 million for the FF&E dollars. It also continues our $600,000 for carpeting projects. So moving on to page 17, this is the boring one where basically we are making our debt service payments. So the money is being paid to our financial institutions to pay off the COPS loans that we have, the QZAB loans that we have, and it pretty much is what it is.
Okay, so back to some of the highlights of what is in this budget. So I think there's been questions about what's been continued from previous years, and even some of the speakers question that. So we've continued all the pay raises for all the employees for the previous years, beginning with the 2018 pay raise, 2018-19 pay raises that went for to the LCTA, to all of our teachers, to our 1010 and our LESPA unit. We continued those through last year and then again into this year. So that was about $8.6 million. We also are continuing funding, additional funding for the student activities and arts at $500,000. We've continued the deans for every middle school. We've continued the school safety monitors, the school behavior specialist. We've continued all of the community partnerships that we had in the budget last year. And then we still have our $5 million emergency reserve.
5 or 6?
5. Our emergency reserve is $5 million. In addition, when you go into some of the new and major changes in the current year, one of the changes is last year, if you remember when we went through bargaining, we had discussed with the LCTA, we had a little over $4 million that we put towards a one-time salary incentive, and we said we wanted to come back this year because session was still ongoing. We knew that the teacher salary allocation was still in play, and we didn't want to spend dollars that would negatively impact our teachers. We've gone ahead and set that aside in here. However, we'd like to caution the board, or at least advise that we wait till we get through special session and see how everything works out before we start negotiating with those dollars. But those have been set aside in this budget for $4.6 million. In addition, we've added additional bus aids so that every bus will have an additional bus aid that will help ensure that our students have their masks, that the buses are clean. That was almost another $1 million. We provided every school with COVID operating funds to ensure that you've heard Dr. Cox mention the hygiene kits that we're providing for every classroom. In addition to that, we provided these funds to the schools. It's about $25 per FTE to make sure that they're able to replace any items that they run out of. So we've done that. Ms. Coughlin spoke about the $6 million holdback. So that is basically mirroring what's going on with the state. State agencies right now have been asked to hold back 6% of their budget. So that's basically 6% of our state portion of the FEFP. So we're trying to mirror that and prepare to hold that back for whatever happens in session or special session.
So that added to the other 5 will give us 11 in
Right.
emergency reserve.
Exactly. Naomi mentioned the changes to the staffing plan. Basically, the staffing plan decreased by $3.5 million, but then you saw the charter schools increase by $3.5 million. And again, that goes back to us losing FTE and the charter schools gaining FTE.
Real quick to that though, we are cautiously optimistic, however, that a number of these kids may be homeschool students and others that are not currently in our system. So I think we'll look at that, we'll see the enrollments, but there are a number of kids that are enrolling in this school that were not with us, so it won't be lost FTE.
Right. And one thing I also wanted to mention, and you can't see it very clearly in the budget, but the district cost centers were reduced by $5 million. So I guess between April and May, we met with every single district cost center, and everyone basically tightened their belt. They either froze positions, they found efficiencies, they figured out new ways to do different things, but there's a $5 million decrease there. So everyone is trying to work smarter, and it's hard to see that in the budget because what Naomi did, and I think because I was, me and my wonderful ideas, we had everything lined out where if you saw it, there was, $2,000 for a Xerox copier and all this stuff. So I asked her to roll up into the district cost center some of the different items that we had seen lined out under Section 8 in this budget before. So in doing that, you kind of lost the fact that they all decreased their budget by a total of $5 million. So I just wanted to, basically, thank them for their support because we did. It was kind of a grueling.
It was a labor of love, and we went through this for well over a month and met with and we maximized all of our other revenue sources to the fullest extent possible. And so that's why we were able to capture that additional $5 million. But it was a lot of creative, out-of-the-box thinking that allowed for that.
Right, but this is the section, if you go back and you see how Naomi lines out everything, if you'll remember, this items 8 other, it used to be a page and a half on its own. And so she went back in and moved those items into the cost centers where they would have been seen normally. Let's see, and federal projects, the federal revenues increased by over $5 million from the previous year, and I think a lot of that, and Ms. Sanders spoke about that, but a lot of that is because last year, when everybody went home, there was some flexibility given with waivers, and so we tried to force as much of a roll forward as we could for several of our funds, anticipating that there was going to be shortages this year. And so one of the outcomes was with our Title I schools, we were able to come back and we scraped together an additional $1 million that we were able to distribute to our Title I schools. So that was one of the things that also happened during that time when we were going back and forth with our district cost centers. There's been a lot of questions about the CARES Act, and so I put it in this kind of one pager about what we are hoping to do with those funds. We still have not received the funds. We're working with DOE, and we're hoping to have the funds soon. But what we found out as we moved through the application process is we did not have as much flexibility with those funds as we initially thought. And so we worked with DOE on what we could use them for, and the bulk of the money, at the end of the day, we're going to be getting about $6 million, and the majority of those funds are going to teachers. And so what we did is we looked at our schools that are having more than 65% of their students return to brick and mortar, and we tried to provide them with additional staff so that they could decrease the class sizes as much as possible. So that took up the majority of our CARES Act dollars. In addition, we provide an additional 4-hour custodian to each of our schools. So they'll have another custodian to help clean and sanitize common touch areas. We also helped, those funds also paid for all of our new curriculum going into the learning management system, which was also new. And then one of the things that we heard when we went back to, in March, when everyone went to distance learning, one of the things that we heard from a lot of our families was our help desk hours ended at 4:30. And so a lot of the families, when they were doing work after hours, it just didn't work. So the last thing that we're doing with the CARES dollars is we're providing those after hours, we're providing 2 tech cons to TIS to basically support those families after normal business hours to make sure that we're not the holdup to the education process. But that's what the CARES Act is being spent on.
You mentioned a custodian. Does that include the health care aid or?
No, those dollars, and I think, thank you for asking that. Those are not our CARES Act dollars. So I think the local health department also received CARES Act funds, and so that is something separate from our dollars.
Okay.
So that's outside. That's another grant that Dr. Cox has been working with them on.
Thank you for the clarification.
Are there any other questions on the
Ms. Wood, are you wanting to ask a question? No. All right, looks like,
Just a compliment. I mean, just again, another year with some good news, and especially in a year where there is no good news. So, but the additional money to staff the schools where people have chosen, there's more bodies going to be in the brick and mortar situation, I think is a really amazing thing, and to cut at the cost centers by $5 million, that's really amazing too, because I think we were pretty lean already. So just thank you for the information and for presenting it in such a wonderful, concise way that we can understand it, and it's tough times, and this is about the best we can hope for. So thank you.
all right, Ms. Strickland.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, I don't see you, but I hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Great presentation from the Kim Banks and her team. Thank you, Ms. Coughlin and everyone. Terry, thank you so very much. Very, very, very clear. Glad to hear about our plans for the CARES Act money as well. So thank you for this great report.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Strickland.
I move that the board adopt the resolution determining revenues and millage levied found on page 2 within this document. The following motions will need to be read separately into the minutes.
So we're going to do the first motion first.
Oh.
So, yeah, we're going to have to do each one of these
There's
separate.
the second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Strickland, second by Ms. Wood.
I think it was Daryl.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. Without objection, show that unanimously approved.
All right, we ready for part A?
A.
A, I move that the board adopt the tentative millage rates for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. A, for local required effort 3.715 mils. B, for discretionary operating purposes 0.748 mils. C, for capital outlay projects 1.5 mils, for a total proposed millage of 5.963 mils.
Second. Moved by Ms. Strickland, second by Ms. Wood. Without objection. Is there any objection? Show it unanimously approved.
Madam Chair, I move that the board adopt the tentative budget for the fiscal year July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021 as presented by the superintendent.
Second. Am I heard at all here? No?
Yes, Ms. Bowen, we can hear you. I'm trying to spread around the love. Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you.
by Ms. Strickland, second by Ms. Bowen.
Madam
Is there
Chair.
any objection? Without objection, show it unanimously approved.
Madam Chair, I move that the board schedule the required public hearing to adopt the final millage rates and adopt the final budget for Tuesday, September 8, 2020 at 6 p.m. to be held at the Aquilina House Center, 3955 West Pensacola Street, Tallahassee, Florida.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Strickland, second by Mr. Jones. Without objection. Any objection? Show it unanimously approved.
Madam Chair, I move that the board authorize the superintendent to advise the property appraiser of the proposed tentative millage rates, including the required rollback rates, and the date, time, and place of the final budget hearing to be held on Tuesday, September 8, 2020.
Moved by Ms.
Second.
Strickland, second by Ms. Wood. Trying to spread it around.
Fine.
Is there any objection? Any objection? Show it unanimously approved.
None here.
I believe that concludes the motions.
September 8th, 2020 is also a meeting to adopt the 2021 annual financial report, approve the transmittal of the program cost report, and approve the final budget amendments. The legal due date is September the 8th. So that concludes our required meeting on the budget so far.
Thank you, finance team, for a job well done.
Yeah, no, an excellent job,
Right.
and pass that on to members of your staff. And and this is something that we should be very proud of. Given we have received very little new money from the state over the last 3 or 4 years, we are positioned well financially for this crisis and what may come in the days ahead. And a lot of it's the hard work of these ladies and members of their staff, and us thinking outside the box, being very creative, and being very responsible with taxpayer dollars.
Okay.
Thank you all. Appreciate you being here. All right. 19.02 is a proposed lawsuit settlement. Did you want to elaborate, Mr. Superintendent, or?
Mr. Stubsky, can we dial Mr. Stubsky in? You see him there, Ms. Coffey?
This was a 17-year-old student at Lincoln, injured.
This was an incident that there was a chemistry, from what I remember, it was a chemistry experiment that went bad many years ago. And I think this is maybe the second.
Yes, Mr. Superintendent, that's correct.
All right. All right, Mr. Stupski, you're up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is the last part of the litigation for that unfortunate incident in the chemistry lab in Lincoln in 2015. We have got a proposed settlement with Ms. Case of $35,000 that's been agreed to by the parties pending your approval. Ms. Case was transported to the hospital with burns on her legs and arms, but subsequently went to college, so we're glad for that. And she was wearing appropriate protective gear, which minimized the injury, and this will conclude all the litigation resolved to that unfortunate incident in 2015.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by second by Ms. Striplin. Any questions? With any objection?
No.
Without objection, show it unanimously approved.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Striplin.
Go ahead. I'll hold off for just a minute. Go ahead, Danny.
Good evening, Board, Chair, Superintendent. Item 1903, the Superintendent recommends approval to the recommendation to award to RAM Construction Development, LLC for invitation to bid 5607-2021 Killearn Lakes Column Repair Project. The contract amount is $88,188.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Striplin, second by Ms. Bowen.
Yay. Got in there.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Show this item approved on a vote of 4 unanimously by a group of 4 and 1 abstention on my part, only due to the abundance of caution and the appearance or potential appearance of any possible conflict of interest.
I thought there had been a ruling relative to your participation in any conflict of interest from the Ethics Commission.
Yes, sir. I do have a ruling from the Ethics Commission. Thank you for
So
pointing that out.
so-
And the ruling says that in the event that any item is related to a member of my the association for which I'm employed, that in the abundance of caution, it would be their recommendation that I abstain. To date, I have abstained from a limited number of votes. I would point out that the outcome has not been changed at all by my lacking vote, but I am trying to be as ethical and as transparent as possible. In this case, RAM Construction is a member of the Associated Builders and Contractors of North Florida.
Thank you, ma'am, for clarifying.
Thank you, sir, for asking. All right. Thank you, Danny. 1904, Leon County Schools Mental Health Plan for 2021.
Dr. Cox, you going to talk about this categorical in your plan moving forward?
I will. Yes, as a reminder to everybody that as a result of the Stoneman Douglas situation, that the School Safety Act, dollars came down in 2 pots, kind of. One came on the safety side of it, and another one came on the mental health piece of it. And so this is that allocation. So every year we have to submit our mental health assistance plan to the state. So it's Leon County Schools Mental Health Plan is to focus on multi-tiered systems and is to deliver evidence-based mental health service to Leon County public and charter schools. So the allocation this year is $1.2 million. So that's up $280,000 over last year. That is a great thing. I was very concerned about this, the COVID, the last hurricane, all those things coming in and wiping some of this out. That has not happened. Real quick, it's heavy on prevention, the plan. It's heavy on prevention and intervention services and practices. Our social emotional learning, we're expanding into the secondary. Our suicide prevention, still doing a district-wide training on that. And of course, our substance use and abuse prevention education, that's an ongoing thing with a software material that we used last year called EverFi. It's direct employment of school-based mental health service providers to expand and enhance school-based student services. So we've hired social workers, 8 of them with the dollars, and school psychologists, 2.5 to work specifically in this area. Most of our school psychologists work with evaluation, ESE evaluations, We contracted services, as y'all know, with Disc Village to provide mental health and behavioral wellness supports. So there's 23 employees there that this goes to pay. And 3 licensed or master's level youth counseling service programs. Daryl Jones, you're very familiar with this school-based healthcare solutions network. You were responsible for helping us get set up with that, Dr. Rayleigh. And so 20 mental health counselors for 20 additional schools supervised, the clinical supervisors, Dr. Rayleigh, will be in place. And they've got 10 of those hired as we speak, okay? That really helps us. That was a great contact that you set up for us there. That mainly at Title I schools, but just about every one of our schools will have somebody in that mental health aspect. That's what it is, and it's just for your approval.
Move approval.
Thank you, Dr. Cox.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Striplin, second by Mr. Jones. Any questions? Any objections? Hearing none, show it unanimously approved. Okay, that takes us to,
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Sir, Mr. Jones, you're recognized.
May I also add this? I think one of the things that I mentioned yesterday was my concern about what we know is going to be, we listened to our parents who have addressed us today. A great number of them have talked about what they believe has been the trauma and the stress of having to have also lived during this pandemic. Then there have been a number of other local crises that have also impacted our children. And I just want to I want to applaud the efforts of Ms. Fitzgerald and Dr. Cox and being able to identify additional human resources and financial resources that we might be able to be the type of salvo for our children and help to mitigate those barriers, those mental health issues and barriers that stand between them, our children, and having successful learning gains. And so I want to thank them all for what they've been able to do and for the presentation that they have made today.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Striplin.
I'm going to ask, unless there's objection, that we take up 1907 before we take up 19.06, the school year calendar.
I was going to recommend exactly the same thing.
And
so.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty robust conversation, and I would ask, unless objection from anybody else, that we take up the reopen first.
I agree. Any objection? Great. I think that's the most efficient way to go. So we will take up the presentation on the reopening of Leon County Schools first, and then we will go back to the school calendar. Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to be back in the boardroom.
It is.
It is nice.
This is actually pretty cool.
It is.
Right? Those that are in here, face-to-face brick and mortar, we have at the same time, I might add, 3 of our board members that are zooming in. The dialogue is wonderful. The connection is wonderful.
Don't you miss us too? You don't miss us too?
We do. No, I don't miss you. I see your beautiful face right here, bigger than life, right there in front of me.
Wow.
So this is pretty cool. All right, so I'm going to try to pull up a PowerPoint. I'm going to go through a PowerPoint. We went through the entire 70-some-odd page document yesterday, did some editing, and created this PowerPoint. And I'll take questions at the end, and then I have, of course, Ms. Gregory and Dr. Cox and Rob McQueen and other people on to answer questions. I'm going to go to slide 1. Slide 2. Okay, as you, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but just to remind the listening audience who may not be aware, the Florida Department of Education, by an executive order issued by the commissioner, mandated that schools open throughout the state of Florida in brick and mortar 5 days a week, beginning in August. Also along those lines, on last week, on the 23rd of July, Governor Sanders held a press conference reinforcing the state's desire to open schools for on-campus in-person learning beginning in August. And last week, the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, issued new guidelines calling for the reopening of public schools across the United States. And we have said from the very beginning when this happened in March that we were not the healthcare experts. We were in the education business, but we would rely on those in the healthcare business in the science to guide our decisions, that our decisions would not be made out of emotion or for any other reason other than what the guidelines have said from the people in these departments, whether it's with the CDC or our local health department or the State Department of Health. So the plan as we present this evening, teachers would return to schools on Monday, August the 10th. They were going to return on August the 3rd. Traditionally, even back to Ms. Triplin, when we were teachers, and Ms. Wood, we had a week of pre-planning, those 5 days to get ready for the upcoming school year. Because we've have so many challenges and changes that are going on with the new curriculum and with Canvas and with having 2 different modes of operation with 20,000 of our children in school in brick and mortar and potentially 10 or 11,000 out, we felt as though it was wise for us to add 5 additional days or a second week of pre-planning. So teachers could have more time to adjust to the changes we were making for the coming school year. And a lot of it is very exciting. Having the Canvas program, having the content that we purchased all in one place. And this is in reaction to things we heard from parents over the course of the last 9 weeks of the school year. And then students would return 2 weeks later on Monday, August the 24th, either in person or online by their parental choice that we asked them to submit several weeks ago. Face coverings, as we've talked before, will be required per CDC guidelines as we've been following those guidelines. And those guidelines have changed over the course of the last 6 months, but we continue to monitor those guidelines and adjust when necessary. Class size limitations will be when a minimum, they talk about a minimum of 3 to 6 feet. When a minimum of 3 feet of social distancing cannot be maintained, we will no longer allow students into those spaces. Middle and high schools traditionally, for many years now, have operated under with 6 to 7 50-minute classes. One of the recommendations from the task force was to cut down on the number of transitions and to try to cohort kids. A way to accomplish that was moving instead of 6 courses a day with 5 transitions to 3 courses a day with only 2 transitions. It will also reduce student contact with their teachers, teacher-student contact, and student-student contact. All right, a little bit of information about, there's a lot of questions about notifications and quarantining. And this speaks to the employees and be required to quarantine by the Department of Health when they test positive. The CARES Act allows for up to 80 hours of leave time for those employees when they're quarantining. And we know if teachers, that's a big concern about teachers quarantining. We are hopeful that if these teachers, as long as they're not physically ill or sick, that they still, even during the quarantining time, because of our technology, will be able to continue the course, to teach their class, and then we would just need to find a substitute teacher or a paraprofessional to monitor the students. So students also would be required to quarantine off campus as ordered through contact tracing by the Leon County Health Department. Until cleared, schools will inform the communities back to in accordance and make sure not to violate any HIPAA guidelines when positive cases could have occurred at a school, because we talked about giving parents that flexibility, and if they didn't feel comfortable, if they weren't in a good space, then they could then shift over into the digital academy model. And I think that transparency, and that word, but this is a case where being transparent and letting our families know what's going on, not to be employee specific or student specific, but to allow them to make adjustments as we have given them that flexibility. So, as you know, we gave parents up until July the 3rd to make a decision, to give, in this time of choice, parents' choices that best meet both the academic and healthcare needs of their children. The decisions were made by July the 13th. And we are continuing to provide that flexibility. And for those that aren't in a good space, we want to ensure that the continuity of services is not disrupted and is delivered in a much more intentional manner than it was in the past. So commitments will continue at least through the first 9 weeks of the semester. I don't think, honestly, at the end of the 9 weeks, we're going to have a huge influx of people wanting to change one way or another, but we can certainly adjust on a case-by-case basis. This was basically the decision tree that we asked our parents about the reopening of schools for in-person, and then they would like a school-based digital academy, or maybe they wanted more flexibility in the school day. They didn't want to, be married, to the bell schedule and to be infused. So they wanted to go with the Leon County virtual school option, which gave them a little bit more flexibility about when they viewed classes, when their contact time was with teachers, just like students have done in Leon Virtual School for many years now. So after those decisions were made, we talked about on campus. We'll begin on the 24th. There were, with limited exposure, we talked about, again, the cohorts by cutting down the number of transitions, elementary teachers moving instead of the children moving. Again, Mr. Mazur and some of these others, we are still negotiating with LCTA, but it was hard to negotiate when we didn't have a plan. So after tonight, moving forward with the proposed plan and working with our teachers union to talk to them about some of the changes and to work through some of this is going to be vitally important sooner rather than later. We talked again about the middle school and high schools alternating on 3 classes per day, where on I'll use Ms. Striplin's alma mater. On Green Day, they will go to periods 1, 3, and 5, and on Gold Day, they would go to periods 2, 4, and 6. That will allow for our students, and we know a number of our students that work after school, that need to leave, they can still leave and go to work or go to their externship or internship in the afternoons. Again, I talked about the student contact. By reducing those transitions, it reduces the amount of teacher-student contact by 50%, because the teachers will only have 50% of their students in class in any one day. And then it also reduces the student-to-student contact, because they only are going to 3 of their classes instead of having to face 6 sets of classmates. All right, so we talked about our learning environments will evolve over the course of the year. If we learned anything about the last 6 months, is we have to remain flexible, as this situation is always changing, and we have to be able to adapt as those changes occur. The other thing I think is very, very, very important. This is not forever. This is for now. This is not the optimal pedagogy that we want. We want all of our kids 100% back in school, back in brick and mortar, back in face-to-face, right? So let's be clear. This plan, this isn't for the rest of our lives. This is just right now for the first semester of the school year. And then heaven forbid, something positive happens and we pass through. We get the herd immunity, and we get some type of vaccine, or something changes. This is done. All of our kids come back, which is what we want, right? So I think we need to keep that in mind, that this is just the plan for now. So if students begin, okay, go to the next slide. Attendance will be checked daily. This is something the state of Florida was very clear to us about, that they gave us basically a free pass in the spring with FTE and funding, and without a lot of accountability. But they made it very clear that they expected attendance to be taken on a daily basis, and for there to be daily interaction between teachers and students. And without that in our plan that we have to submit by July the 31st, we probably will not receive full funding. We would receive basically virtual school funding, which is only on completions and only at 2/3 what a normal FTE is. So if a normal FTE is, say, $7,600 per student, the virtual completion rate is only about $5,200, and we don't receive that money until the summer. So we have to ensure when Jillian submits of Education, we are ensuring them that we are going to hold these students accountable daily for attendance and for classwork. All right, go to the next one. Face coverings. We talked a lot about the face coverings. I'm standing here podium. Y'all are even 6 feet apart, and we all have face coverings on. I think we've been very clear. For students who fail to comply, we're going to counsel them. We're going to talk to them. This is a teachable moment. I think Mr. Jones said that, to work with our children to tell them. We had a speaker who may not believe in masks, right? But it's not about her. It's about us. It's about the rest of the people, right? And that's fine. But you can, if you want to endanger yourself, that's one thing. But don't endanger my family, your family, and others. It's the responsible thing to do. So I think this is a teachable moment for our children. Along those lines, if we have children who have non-compliance issues, we'll work with them, talk to their parents. And if for some reason this continues and we can't make any progress, then it's easy. They just can flip over into the digital academy and be at home and take their mask off. But for now, they need to abide by the policies and the CDC guidelines we have in place to wear face coverings. The curriculum, Julian has all the Florida standards. The new curriculum we have is in line to what they're calling now the best standards, right? So and the teachers that have been playing with it over the course of the last month or so, I've gotten a lot of, and I know Julian has too, a lot of positive feedback about Canvas and about the curriculum. And the curriculum, it really is just a starting point. It also allows for teachers to go into Canvas and to bring in labs, bring in other activities. But it is a baseline. The content we've purchased collectively is a baseline for a place for people to start and all to be in one place for every student in our entire school system. Okay, devices. We've had this conversation about devices, and we learned last week that there is a strong probability that our devices will not, those 32,500 devices will not arrive by the first day of school. Okay, so. What we have done is we have gone to other vendors and have secured 6,500 devices, nearly 7,000 devices from another vendor. And we'll talk about the logistics of renegotiating or redoing the contract with CDW later. The devices from CDWG are coming from another country. There's some issues with the country. I'm not sure if a boat was delayed, but I'm just telling you right now, and I've had some conversations with you before, we are making plans as if those 32,500 devices will not be here for the first day of school. And we have a good plan. All right. So we will be asking our parents and teachers like we did last year for those students that have devices, that we're going to ask them to use that device, and then we'll supplement with these other 7,000 that we're purchasing that are on domestic soil, along with the other approximately 11,000 we have in our supply, in our current inventory, and we think we're going to be in good shape. We think we're going to be in really good shape. The first ones we're going to take care of course, are the kids that are in the digital academies. And so that first week of school, the schools will reach out to each student in the digital academy. If you have a mobile device or a desktop at home and can get in, great. If not, then we're going to get every single student a device. We can't have one device per household. This is not going to work. So, but we have enough in our inventory to do that. And then we'll turn our attention to the kids that are in brick and mortar to do the same thing. The kids can, if they have a device, they can bring the device. If they don't have a device, we will get them a device to make sure everything's level and equal until the shipment arrives. All right. But we just found out we're disappointed, but everyone in the country is lined up for devices. And I've come to find out that a lot of these devices come from one particular place in one particular country. And anyway, it's been a learning experience. But having said that, I'm optimistic. It's going to be okay. I promise you, it's going to be okay. All right, so let's move on. Each campus will designate a COVID contact who will work with the school district and staff. We have all the disinfecting protocols and things in place. Mr. Mazur mentioned something. Yes, we're going to need to talk with the teachers union about how we handle transitions. It will help in in elementaries we don't have transitions, and in high schools we only have two. In middle school So it won't be the large number of transitions, and we'll work through some of those issues as we ensure that we are disinfecting and sanitizing our student workstations and other common areas. We talked about the plexiglass shields. As you see, even in the Circle Ks around town, we have those for all of our schools. They were recently delivered. Mr. McQueen and his staff is getting them out. Mr. McQueen is also overseeing the strike team that will go out into schools to do, as they have already at some of our schools, to do deep cleaning and to assist the folks that are there, and they are on the standby and they're ready. And then we have there also with the teachers and supplies, and Kim mentioned a little earlier about a standalone budget item for PPE and for cleaning supplies and things like that, that the principals would go into that fund as opposed to having to go into their flexible dollars. Social distancing practices. Look, this isn't rocket science, and I haven't figured it out, but I don't like people coming within 6 feet of me. Just kind of, adults just need to stay away. You have people that come in, and some of my, whoa, stop. That's close enough. But I think if we talk a lot about social distancing. I think everything that I've read, that's really important. And it's the adults, and we have to ensure that our adults in our departments out here, and our adults in the school, there's no more after hours, let's get together for collegial conversations, and let's this and let's that. We have to be smart. And when teachers go into their classrooms or go into lounges and go into workspaces, we just need to stay away from each other. I mean, I hate to say that, but we do, especially the adults. So campus visitors, go back, Sharonda. Campus visitors will be limited to certain personnel. We'll take appointments again, like we've done before, when people need counseling or to register for classes, or we have maybe some type of bookkeeping things that we need to do. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Jones.
And I apologize, from our vantage point, we don't quite see the presentation as clearly as you do. There were specific populations that you talked about would be welcome to come to the school on your last slide. Who were they again?
It just talks about contractors, people that are doing work or maintenance on our campus, or emergency personnel, the mail carriers, and then the parents and guardians will go to the front office, will be directed strictly to the front office. So it's basically if we have maintenance personnel that are on site, fixing the plumbing or whatnot, or emergency personnel.
Okay. And did I also hear you say counselors?
No, if parents needed to make appointments to see counselors, or an appointment to see the registrar or things like that, they would do it by appointment.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
I'm trying
sir.
to turn around to see, where is he?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Entries, Kim mentioned those security monitors. Those were non-negotiable when it talks about school safety and protecting school safety. And Ms. Rasmussen, I'd like to thank you, because that has been your battle cry for many years now about school safety, and that is job one. And it is. And whether it's from the physical presence of an intruder or from this virus. So we will continue with the security monitors to see who's coming up and on our campuses. Picking up breakfast, and we need to talk about the distribution of food to students that are in the digital academies at home. We want to try to get very creative, and we can do that. I know we can do that. We did it during the last quarter of the school year, and we can help those DA kids to ensure that they are getting the nutritious meals, breakfast and lunch, day in and day out that they so desperately need. We have that program again with Second Harvest. 5,000 more children will get backpacks every week. So we'll make the magic happen, right, Dr. Gale? All right.
Okay. I have a question.
All right, the number of students attending in person, we talked about the minimum of 3 feet of social distancing. We will not allow for less than 3 feet of social distancing. So if we ever get in a situation, which I do not anticipate, I feel, especially now with 11,000 children and some of the other models we have that are going to be at home, that we will be able to attain much more than 3 feet, but at a very minimum, that would be it. Even for those large course classes, I've told them, if you can't get 3 feet, then you need to find another space or reduce the capacity in those classes.
I have a question, please. Do
Ms.
you want me
Bowen?
to wait? Yes. Thank you. Mrs. Superintendent, I need to ask a couple of questions, and I think I'm following you with the plan. Much hard work has gone into it. I last board meeting due to death in my family, I'm back. So I might have to ask a couple of things that were discussed. So please just bear with me for a moment until I can get on the page where I think perhaps other board members are. But with great respect, before even starting to discuss the computers that are on the slow boat from China coming here, I need to know, because my phone has been buzzing and buzzing from questions of constituents about where their principals and teachers are in this plan, and if this plan is stable enough and solid enough to say that this is what we're going to stick to. And I ask that because in my mind, the principals and the teachers, to a large extent, are the first line fighters, if you would, the first line folk out there for our students. And so I'm just wondering, we had our task force to come in, and you've got that input from them. We're getting calls. That task force plan was, I guess, voted on and incorporated into what you're sharing with us tonight. So I'm looking and listening for some stability as much as you can give it, given the information that you've got, and you certainly have more than I have. And I'll tell you why I'm asking the questions the way I am. Pre-carnivorous virus, before the virus, we were, I think, very diligent as a board to do what we could to be reasonable in our care and the safety of our students. And we've been back and forth, and I guess we're about to see the light at the end of the tunnel. So I'm looking and listening for, are we at a place now where we are still providing reasonable care with everything that we're doing? And I want to listen more. I missed last week, so you'll probably cover that. And as you answer and speak to that, then I would want to know what the liability would be, considerations for us as a district as we try to provide these reasonable insurances and, our care, our 1 day on and our 1 day off, our brick and mortars. And again, I need to hurry up and say, Mrs. Superintendent, I understand one size does not fit all, and I think you're trying to put all of that into the plan. So if you could just kind of answer those questions and speak to those things, I'm ready to listen a little bit more, sir.
Well, Ms. Bowen, we started this back on June
Yes.
1st. Once we had those graduation ceremonies, we immediately that next Monday went back to work developing this plan. And so here we are, 2 months later, after a lot of hard work. A lot of work groups went in on the front end. With y'all had great people you appointed to the task force, which gave additional recommendations that are also merged into this plan. We've had work groups with teachers that Ms. Gregory has had every Friday. Even Ms. Gregory and Ms. McAllister have done work groups with teachers to talk about things. We've had conversations with school administrators. We've done. I've never done so much Facebook Live stuff in my entire life. I mean, so we have tried to communicate what this would potentially look like, and we're basically, after 2 months of a lot of hard work, trying to bring this thing in for a landing. There are no guarantees in life. I'm just to be honest with you, Ms. Bowen, as you know, with the recent death of a loved one, and I mean, there just aren't. And all we can do is the best we can. And I think for right now, and trying to accommodate the request of thousands and thousands of our parents and students that want to return to school, while also protecting for the health and safety of our employees. This plan has been well thought out, but we will still need to be able to make adjustments beginning on August the 10th, even when teachers return. We've learned about the quarantining and some of the other things, and that's the great unknown. effect is it going to have on our employees and staff members who may not even necessarily be sick, but be forced to quarantine and not physically be in a school? And if we don't have our people, we can't run school. So with that, I'm going to keep going a little bit, and then when we get to the end, maybe we'll I'll answer any other questions y'all have.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's not letting Miss Brown. She's got the.
Uh-oh.
It's not letting her go to the next slide. That's not good.
Okay.
All right. So again, more about face coverings. This has been the talk of the country, right?
Right.
And none of us like it, but every time I hear the doctors get up and make this may not have been this may have been disputed in the beginning. I don't think I've talked to any person in the medical field or in science that disputes face coverings are important. So we talk about restrooms. We will monitor restrooms, again, to make sure students are not congregating in restrooms. We're doing the hand washing, and that's another teachable moment to ensure and to teach our kids about the importance of washing hands thoroughly. And then as Terry Lucas used to say, old administrator at Gobby, there won't be any lollygagging in the hallway. You need to get on back to class. So there won't be any lollygagging. They'll get back to class as soon as they leave the restroom. Are you on lockdown now, Sharonda?
Wearing is caring, Mr. Superintendent.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Wearing is caring. And that's going to be the teachable moment for our children, Mr. Jones. And they'll get it. I'm telling you, guys, I've been working, and y'all have too as board members. If you tell them the expectations and tell them the reasons why, they're gonna do it. Now, there are going to be some that just struggle with the physical, it's because it's not easy. That's why we have to get the social distancing. We have to get mask breaks. We have to allow for them to get outside and get some fresh air and some of those other things. All right. I was on a roll.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault, Ms. Bowen.
I have a quick question while they're.
Sure, let's do some of that.
You mentioned earlier the plexiglass partitions. I assume you're talking about in the front office.
Yes, ma'am.
Or we're not envisioning at every student station.
No, because they said even with that, they still had to wear masks, And now we've heard the recent guidance is even if you both have masks on, but you're within 6 feet, that you have to quarantine. So the plexiglass would have been So in those visors, the plastic visors, even if you had the plastic visor, you still had to have a mask. Now, and I think Ms. Wood brought this point up. For there is this special one that's fairly expensive that has like cloth underneath it, and I guess can catch the droplets. Not sure the exact size of the young lady that was talking about earlier, but they can catch. It's approved you can wear that without the mask. So for students at Gretchen Everhart and some of our other special needs classes where, a lot of kids are used to this, but a lot of kids aren't. So in an environment like that, we've bought those very expensive shield mask combos so that kids can see their teachers' facial expressions and other things.
Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, ma'am.
Waiting for the slide, and we're talking about masks. I would just say that and I did talk to Dr. Cox today about masks that and other people have talked about needing N95 masks. I would like you to make an assurance to our teachers and our employees that if there is something that can help them be more protected, like a face shield, no matter the cost, the N95 mask, that we are going to provide them, and that you specifically lay out a plan for people to, go ahead and order some, but right now do a request. I think, we know that our teachers are pretty fearful about going back into the schools for very valid reasons. And so every time you say that, we do have some reserve. We just voted on a budget, and I just want to make sure that there are no expenses spared when it comes to giving our teachers and our employees what they need for protection. And so
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
like to-
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And I talked to Mr. McQueen several days ago about doing just that, having a supply of the N95 masks and the visors for teachers who would request that. And also, in addition, you had mentioned something about the audio enhancement systems. We've also purchased several hundred of those. So if teachers would like the audio enhancement, although you maybe can hear me, but it is tough at times to speak through a mask, that those teachers would have that technology readily available to them before the students returned on the 24th.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Great. Are we back?
All right, we're still stuck.
Let me ask then, do we have a mask policy at all? I know we discussed that at.
Yes, ma'am. We have.
All right.
The mask policy is the same policy that's recommended by the Center for Disease Control. And so we know when students are on buses and transitions and in close quarters that masks are absolutely required. When they're outside and can get some social distancing and they are following the guidelines again of the CDC, we can give those kids a little mask relief.
Okay.
All right. So it looks like we at least got to one next slide. Is that right?
We did? Good.
All right. In perfect timing, this talks about getting kids outside, getting them fresh air, while also allowing for social distancing and mask breaks. Talks a little bit about mask storage and playground equipment. There was some worry about playground equipment, but this virus does not seem to live long outside in sunlight, from what the science folks are telling us. So we feel good about kids being out on playgrounds and on playground equipment. Go to the next one.
While you're getting ready for the next one, we talked about the issue of a mask policy at great length yesterday. And per your description yesterday, or Dr. Cox, we had a mask process or procedure, but there was no official policy that had come to the board for us to deal with the issue of masks, telecommuting, as well as the process, the policy relative to communicating infection or exposure to the coronavirus. And per our conversation yesterday, Dr. Cox said that he would be bringing us a policy for us to consider at the next meeting. So that means that a policy at present for masks does not exist because it has not been voted on by this board.
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
I think in layman's terms, we have a tendency to talk about, well, it's our policy that. So I think they mean policy lowercase p, not school board adopted uppercase p policy.
I do want to thank you, ma'am, for clarifying.
But I
can
appreciate you pointing that out because we have not, you're correct, we have absolutely not voted on a board adopted policy, but we have talked an awful lot about following CDC guidelines as a matter of principle. So just to help clarify that.
Madam Chair, that was absolutely perfect and spot on. Lowercase p, not uppercase p. I like that. That dog hunts and clarifies all day. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Superintendent.
All right, we're back online. Here we talk again about CDC guidelines. If teachers and staff must report to their supervisor if they have COVID-like symptoms or have tested positive for COVID-19 and must remain off campus until they meet reentry criteria as determined by the Department of Health. So once they do that to their supervisor, the Department of Health has asked the supervisor to collect information on who, like Dr. Cox said yesterday, who they've been around for longer than 15 minutes and closer than 6 feet. And then after they give that list over to the site administrator, we'll give it to the Department of Health. And this is so, it takes it off of us, really. And thankfully, the Department of Health has said they will do the contact tracing, and then they will determine who, if anyone else, needs to quarantine. And again, go back, Shauna. And also, employees need to self-report to their supervisor if someone in their household has tested positive, because we also talked about they have to quarantine as well for I believe it's 10. It was 14 days now. I think it's 10 days, but basically it's 2 weeks. So they would have to quarantine as well. And we know these things are going to happen. That's what's so different about this virus is it's not just like the flu. I feel better. I'm symptom free, no fever. 24 hours later, I come back. This is a whole different animal. All right, Sharon, go to the next one. Okay, and then a plea to our parents. No funny business, no games, no giving your kid Motrin an hour before school starts, right? Because we're going to do those pediatric assessments when kids arrive on campus, and I know they won't. I think everyone in this country understands the seriousness of this virus, and again, we are asking our parents to abide by this rule. Teachers will continue to monitor students, and then we'll have a separate facility or separate location for those children who may have COVID-like symptoms for someone to come get them, so we aren't infecting the rest of the school or another area where kids who are diabetic or maybe coming to get insulin and other med. And again, returning, they have to stay at home throughout the infection period and can't return until they have a note from their primary doctor or by the Leon County Health Department. And we've been doing that all summer. I mean, all summer long, we've had staff members that have been experiencing this and coming and going on site and to home and back and forth. Again, the students are expected to wear face covering during school hours. Go to the next one, Sharonda. Okay, so this is, I have to give our board chair this full credit for this one. So Ms. Rasmussen called me over the weekend and said, I think we need to hire a chief medical officer and to give us guidance on potential school closures or district closures. And so what we did at your request, at your encouragement, Ms. Rasmussen, is we went out today and have gotten commitments from 2 folks at the Department of Health, from Dr. Trey Blake, who is the Chief Medical Officer with Capital Regional Hospital, and Dr. Ryan Smith, I think, was he yours, Ms. Strickland? Dr. Ryan Smith at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, who's the Chief Clinical Officer, Rob McQueen, and Code Enforcement Officer, and Dr. Cox. And so if we have a hotspot or an area that we need to really drill down and see what's going on, that this group will be enacted and they will bring a recommendation back to us as to potential class closures or school closures or multiple school closures, right? You want to ask a question on this one?
Yes, I do. So we talked about this earlier about, I think our teachers in our schools are really looking for guidance on when does a class close? When does a school close? Is it 2%? Is it 5 kids? Is it 20 kids? Is that something we could task this group with to try?
We absolutely can. I was just scared to put that number in there as a metric. But I think between the collective of these folks, especially, the Department of Health and the 2 chief medical officers at the hospitals, I think they can probably come up with a metric to give us guidance on that.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
But I like this concept too. I think it's wonderful.
And I appreciate you pulling this fine group of folks together, Dr. Blake and Dr. Smith. There may be additional folks that I had envisioned, and not that this is a great first step.
Right, it's a start.
I had envisioned a multidisciplinary team of medical professionals, from immunologists to infectious disease doctors to all the things that we might need to help advise our risk management department, our HR department. There's just myriad issues that, and not the least of which is a clear signal to the parents and to our teachers that we are making a medically based decision that is in their best interest of the best interest of their health.
Yeah.
That we are not just going to rely on a whim or an emotion or a layperson's interpretation of the CDC, but rather that we have the medical expertise consistently in place to make and help us to give us direction and help us to make the most informed decision to keep the people, all of our people, as safe as humanly possible.
Yeah, and that was your call on Sunday. That was wise counsel, and that's why, as a veteran member of this board, that's why your guidance is so critically important, and I appreciate that guidance. And so,
Madam Chair, Mr. Superintendent, I think that is a fantastic idea. I think what the chairwoman describes will go a long way in helping to assuage what has been clearly the concerns that our teachers have had, and to know that we'll have that type of buy-in from the chairwoman's recommendation, I think is going to prove enormously critical as well as comforting.
May I add something, please?
Ms. Wood?
First of all, thank you, Ms. Rasmussen, for bringing that up. I agree, it's a great idea. I hope that we can get some counsel perhaps next week when we do talk about our mask policy, because there was a little bit of confusion in yesterday's meeting about, some people thought one thing and some people thought another. So I know we'll have a conversation next week, and I hope we can have some of our medical folks there for us to be able to ask questions. So thank you again for that. The other part of this that I think was alluded to, and I believe Mr. Jones' question it was Ms. Strickland, sorry. There's a medical part of this, and then there is an administrative school part of this. And I think that we also need to really look at what we have the capacity to have a school operating. For example, if an entire administrative team had to be quarantined, would that be a point where we would have to say, I'm sorry, we can't have school right now because we don't have, our administrative team there. Same with if we have a certain percentage of teachers out, at what point are we going to say we have to close school until we can get everybody back? So I think that's a little bit of a separate issue, but I just want that on the table, that we need some guidelines for that. I know yesterday we brought that up, and the superintendent didn't want to set a hard rule, but I think we should start working toward a hard rule so that everybody knows if X happens, then Y will happen, and that our parents are forewarned about that, particularly since we've learned the quarantining rules are much stricter really than we thought they were going to be. And I'm sure Dr. Cox can go over that, but it may mean that a number of teachers have to be out in quarantine, and at what point can we still have school? So I'll leave that for a future discussion, but I want to make sure we have it. Thank you.
Right. That and the if X then Y, that was what I was trying to get at the other night with my analogy about the traffic signals. What are the rules of the road that we can anticipate? Because if we had to shut a school down due to quarantining or lack of enough staff to physically be present, do we have a switch that goes to digital? Do those children have a different place to go, or they automatically have to go home? And if there's a health related quarantine, our medical committee might say everybody goes home to quarantine. But if it's an academic issue, and they may actually be interchangeable probably too, to a large degree. But anyway, those are some of the myriad complications that we're trying to anticipate.
Absolutely. Okay, so moving on to the school-based digital academies that we have created over the course of the last several months for those 11,000 plus students and families that would like to continue their education at home but still be a part of the school, infused into the school with daily instruction. They will optimize learning by our teachers. It is, again, by the Department of Education, has to be engaging, rigorous, aligned with the standards, and as far as attendance is concerned, is aligned to the calendar and the student bell schedule. So students will participate in online learning Monday through Friday. Each day, the students will have certain periods of the day. For elementary is contained with one teacher or maybe a second teacher that rotates in. And in secondary, it would be 3 periods a day of live instruction, or and Jillian uses big words like synchronous and asynchronous. I use live or recorded. So, but the expectation, the teacher, would take attendance and then maybe present a live lesson on something, or show a recorded video lesson, or I mean, then that's going to be left to the autonomy that our teachers have to be able to incorporate all of the things that we've purchased through with Canvas, and as well as the content that they are adding as in addition to that. So the Digital Academy, the kids will be infused in the classes. You go to the next one, Sharonda. The caregiver's role. We know that some students, maybe grades 4 through 12, they're more independent. They don't need to be as supervised, but we do know for a large number of our pre-K, kindergarten, first graders, second graders, that they aren't going to be able to just sit there alone. Now, but also the other thing that all of the online learners need to understand, this is not sitting in front of a computer for 6 and 7 hours. It is not that. And it is not teachers delivering instruction for kids to sit on a computer for 6 or 7 hours a day. What's in the model, what's in the proposed plan is that there would be a combination of live instruction and assignment. So maybe the kid gets on when class starts at 8:30, the teacher does roll, they do a little lesson, they say, okay, you online learners, get off now for the next hour, I want you to do this. And then at 9:30, I want you back on. They get back on, they get another bite of something, then they go off. Okay, that's good. I'll see you when your class next meets. So it's going to be teachers working through that, but what it is not is the kid sitting in front of a computer 6 or 7 hours a day, or a teacher, heaven forbid, trying to teach on a computer for 6 or 7 hours a day. All right, so students enrolled in the digital learning option would be required to attend 10 classes daily, Monday through Friday, following their bell schedule. A combination of where teachers have, depending on the number of kids that sign up for courses, that some teachers that have 6 classes, they may have 3 brick and mortar face-to-face classes, and they may have 3 online learning classes. It just depends on how the numbers fall out as our principals build their master schedules. So if a student's having technical difficulty or difficulty getting in real time, certainly can use Remind or another method to tell their teacher, look, I'm having trouble. But it's going to hold our kids much more accountable. And I know if it was my child, I would want them on a daily routine, a daily schedule. And because for some of these kids, this is not optimal learning. Even though they've made this choice, they don't have the self-discipline to say, well, I'll do it at 10 or I'll do it at this. I'll do it at midnight, right? So this is going to hold them accountable into a daily schedule and a daily routine, which I think a lot of many of our parents are going to appreciate. And if they don't, and they want that flexibility, and they don't necessarily need the routine, and they can sleep until 10 or go to work or whatever, then we always have the Leon Virtual School option. All right. Here's a little bit talk about the pre-K 2. This is where it's tough, and these are the kids that I worry about. I worry about all of them. But these are the really fragile ones that are developing critical academic skills that will carry them for the rest of their life. And those kids that are not in brick and mortar, we need to make sure, and I know we will, that we are giving a lot of care and attention to. So talk a little bit about pre-K to second grade. Go ahead, Toronto. Middle school, we talked about. And they will participate in both live and recorded online instruction daily. But again, it's not sitting in front of a computer for 6 or 7 hours. It's the teacher gives you instruction. They give you an assignment. It can be whatever, the teacher comes up with to follow their pacing guide. They can meet in small groups. High school students, basically the same thing. We talked about courses bouncing, green day and a gold day, bouncing back and forth. And high school students also participating in both live and recorded instruction daily. A little bit, Dr. Cox's part about the IEPs and 504s. I think this will give us an opportunity to do a much better job of infusing and helping to give those students the type of support they need. And there's, a lot of these kids have standalone classes, but also those teachers can push in or do pull-outs with students that have an IEP or 504. A little bit more about students with accommodations and us ensuring that all things in their IEP are being followed. And I know Ms. McKinney-Williams works with our staff constantly with Dr. Cox and Kathy Shields on ensuring this is happening for every student in our school system that has an IEP or a 504 accommodation plan. Students counseling services, we talked about, mental and behavior support that our school counselors, along with all the programs Dr. Cox has infused into our schools. Like Mr. Jones said, that a lot's happened since March 13th, and not just with COVID. And to his point, a lot of our children have seen things that they cannot unsee, and none of us can unsee. So we're going to need to ensure that our children are in a safe and a good place, both physically and mentally, before we even talk about the educational aspect of the school year. Mentoring program, and Dr. Gale, we'll get really creative with mentoring, just like I'm sure Ms. Striplin is with her organization, and how we can continue, because we know mentors are very important to a number of our children. And so we have to think outside the box and get creative to keep those adults. And we're so thankful for those adults who have decided to mentor a child, how we can keep those mentoring processes and protocols in place. And there you go. And so, you want to ask any questions now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know everyone has questions. Do you want to?
Well, I just want most specifically regarding what he just mentioned about mentors, with us trying to drive down the number of possible the number of engagements that anyone on our property, our students and teachers come in contact with. How will people like Ms. Lister Walker and others be able to create new policies and procedures whereby not-for-profit groups and churches and others who are providing these types of mentoring services, how will that, have we come to any conclusions about how that will occur, or will that be something that will be presented to us in the future?
I think it's in the future, but I think this plan shows our commitment to mentors and the importance of mentors in our school system. But I think the details of the new way of work for mentors would have to be rolled out in the before the kids come back in the next several weeks. So we'll continue to have those discussions.
And I can speak to that a little bit, Daryl. Big Brothers Big Sisters, we have transitioned to virtual mentoring, and we definitely have been in contact with our schools that we serve, along with Leadership and Social Change at FSU, the United Way, Reading Pals. So we have opportunities for people who still want to mentor and engage with our kids, but they do it virtually, through Zoom, through an online mechanism, whether it be while the school is on the child's on school site or the child is still at home learning. So there's still those opportunities, and there's a way for mentors to be involved with a student and still have that support from a nonprofit agency, not just mine, but others as well.
Thank you for that clarification, Mrs. Striplin. Mr. Superintendent, I know that we are creating certain walls or barriers with the technology that we provide our young people, whereby they only engage with the district software. Then we may need to create protocols that would seem to augment what Mrs. Striplin has described, whereby we can facilitate that engagement, but most safely, with everyone now having access to. I'm sure there'll be IT considerations regarding that, based upon what Ms. Striplin just described. So I just want us to be considering that as well.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Bowen, before you go, I'm wondering if we want to. I know everybody's got questions, or I assume. So, can I call on each person, and you take a few minutes to ask kind of a group of questions, and then see. Ms. Bowen looks like she's contemplating this concept. I'm just kind of. No, I want to make sure everybody has ample time to ask whatever they need or want, but I also want to make sure to get around to everybody. Ms. Bowen.
My contemplation was being provided at that moment, because I'm thinking that as school board members speak, there might be a question that I will have based on what that question was and how that answer was. So
Sure.
if we lump it like that, I don't know, I just prefer doing it as questions come up, but I understand for the sake of time. However, I do have a couple of questions. Is that where we are right now, Madam Chair?
Right ahead.
Okay, wonderful. I mentioned the reasonable care option, or our being reasonable in the care and in the positions that we're taking when it comes to school safety. This is very hard work, we know it, and we're going to have to make some hard decisions here. I don't know what the answer was to the question about the liability considerations as we talk about reasonable care and assurances. So perhaps Ms. Oprah Williams might talk about that a little bit for me. And then I wanted to make certain that in this digital model, that teacher accessibility and understanding is clear, and to the extent that we provide information for our parents, that they know what is involved in this as well. Okay. And then I think I read or I saw, perhaps heard, that at least 3 feet of distance would be assured in some of our schools. I think I saw that on one of the superintendent's slides. And so those questions come to my mind right now. If I could get started there, I will have a couple more.
So, yes, ma'am, to answer your last question first, yes, the 3 feet is non-negotiable. So we have to have a minimum of 3 feet per child for class capacity. We won't go any closer than that 3 feet minimum.
Right.
3 foot minimum. To answer the other question about was it about risk? Are you talking about risk with employees?
Yes, that as well.
Okay, so Mr. Stepsky, if you're hopefully still in this meeting, do you want to talk a little bit about the conversations we've had with Deborah Menace and some others about employees and risk?
I don't know if he's on, but while we're waiting for him to join, I know I spoke. This is our new risk management.
Okay.
Okay. And I know that he's been in consultation with risk managers from other school districts. Yes. We talked a little bit about FSBIT. We talked about that's one of the reasons that I wanted to see about having a chief medical officer, is so that that person could help inform our risk management conversations. And primarily to protect our teachers and our students and our families, but realizing that we are subject to litigation if an incident were to occur. Ms. McKinney-Williams?
If I can, I don't believe Mr. Stupsky is still on, but he is a practice. Oh, yes, okay. I don't believe Mr. Stupsky is still on the line, but he is a practicing attorney. He's now the new risk manager for the district, and I think he's jumped in and is doing an absolutely phenomenal job to answer, in part, to try to answer Ms. Bowen's questions and kind of jumping off of Ms. Rasmussen's comments just now. Yeah, we cannot avoid litigation. Litigation happens. What we can always try to do is to make ourselves as defensible as possible, and I think what we're starting to see roll out are efforts by the district to do that, having a written out articulable reopening plan that is clear to parents, as clear as possible, in light of daily, it seems to be daily changes as far as guidelines are concerned. That goes a long way, making sure that that we are, to the extent we can, and as we continue to move along, increasing our communication with our staff as to what the requirements are, what the expectations are. That's going to go a long way. Again, there's been discussion this meeting, last meeting, the meeting before, about there being some policies coming to the board for consideration. Remember, the board's policies are the board's laws, the laws that govern this district. So making sure that we do have some things written out in policy, and policy that points to the procedures, being one of which being the reopening plan. That's going to go a long way. So it's all of these pieces together showing that the district is making a reasonable effort in light of the uncertainty that we're all dealing with, to keep our students and faculty and staff safe, that's what we do to try to make ourselves as defensible as possible. And I think, again, Mr. Stufsky is already just really moving into so many areas that are vital and necessary. He's having conversations with different staff members about HR issues, about policy issues, about everything that's impacting. So I think that's also very important. So I think we're doing a lot of what we can do to make ourselves as defensible as possible down the road.
I thank you for that, Madam Attorney. The other thing that I'm listening for, and this will conclude my questions for at least the next 10 minutes. When I think about the plans that I hear the superintendent has given us tonight, and I know our parents are listening, and they've heard how they will be needing to work with us about having little Joy not touch her face and that kind of thing and not touch others. I know that I would be dependent on my teacher and my principal. I keep coming back to them as the front line workers in this to not only buy into this plan, but to help us sell it. That doesn't sound as articulate as perhaps it could, but to the extent we have a plan and they are a part of it and they can help us put forth this plan in the communities that they are responsible for leading, being in charge of, because again, I think one size does not fit all in every instance. And so I hope that this is a continuous kind of conversation that we can have so that there will be no confusion and no, well, I don't know what's happening now. And we continue to talk about that. So I really want to stress that these principals and teachers are so important to us, and we want them to be safe, but we also want our students to be safe and our parents to know that they can call on them and we can support the plan whenever or whatever it is given. And the final thing right now, Ms. Rasmussen, is that I think your last comments to me just really put it at a kindergarten level. We're really talking about a plan B if plan A doesn't work in all of these instances. And I think we probably ought to start to think about what will be plan B when and whatever, even if skeleton now, but we can complete it later on and not wait until the other shoe. Oh, they cut me off?
I think.
No. Oh, okay. There I am. And not wait until the other shoe fall. And what are we going to do now? But just to be futuristic looking and seeing where we're going. And this is hard work. The first speaker said tonight, she's praying for all of us. I appreciate that. Continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I think Todd.
Hey, Todd, if you're back on with us,
Yes, I apologize.
Could you give just a very brief synopsis on discussions you've had with people in our community and outside other school districts about risk and trying to limit risk?
Okay, for the COVID, obviously?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, basically, I've attended some webinars nationally and talked to some other similar risk managers. The general advice from a liability standpoint is to follow CDC guidelines to the extent that you can. You can certainly make decisions from a policy perspective that should have immunity, qualified immunity for those decisions, but overall try to follow them. And then once we decide what we'll do, I plan to work extensively with Mr. McQueen and document the procedures we are taking to, if we do get sued from a liability perspective, to demonstrate that we're not negligent and use due diligence, essentially.
Okay. And I just want to underscore something because I've heard people, the fact that we're talking about liability and risk management is because we want to do everything we can to protect our employees. It is not, it's a dual approach. The purpose of avoiding litigation is because we want people to stay healthy and stay safe. And if we keep people safe and healthy, we'll avoid litigation. So I just want to make it clear that we're not trying to say that we're not trying to put a price tag on life here. That
No, we're
do
not.
everything we can to keep people safe and healthy, and when we do that, we will preserve ourselves from potential liability. Although, as Ms. Williams has pointed out, we can't avoid litigation altogether. We are, in fact, in a litigious society. We see that all the time. So we appreciate what you're doing as our new risk management attorney very much, and that's a really, really, really critical, important part of this entire equation.
Well, I think you saw an example of that this evening with a chemistry experiment that went bad 5 years ago, and accidents happen, things happen, but we need to try to do everything we can so those accidents don't happen.
And the exposure on that case would have been worse if she hadn't been wearing the PEP, I guess you'd call it even then. Okay. Who wants to go next? Ms. Wood?
I'll go with a couple of questions. I have some comments, but maybe I'll save those. I had asked today, I know at our last meeting, we really talked about how we can encourage parents who can to go either with a digital academy or virtual. You've laid out, a really clear plan tonight of what the expectations are for parents and students in the virtual academy. I think you've clarified, the superintendent's clarified a lot of things that people were worried about, like sitting behind a computer for 7 hours. But still, there are folks, I think, that had something different in mind when they heard the word digital academy. They maybe thought it was going to be more time flexible. And I know that Leon County Virtual School does offer that option. And so I don't know if Jessica Lowe is here, but I think it's important for people to understand, if they're going to choose that option, why it's better for our teachers to choose the Leon County Virtual School, because there'll be Leon County teachers and the FTE will stay in the district. But also, how can we, I guess the question is, how can we make it attractive for more parents and students to choose either the Digital Academy or the Leon County Virtual School, so that we can continue to work on increasing density for those students and parents who really, really need to have their children at school, beyond seeing their friends, which of course is important, but we have essential workers who need a safe place for their children. And
right,
that's my so that we can reduce density and protect our faculty, because if our faculty isn't healthy, then we're not going to have school. So question is, are there some things we can do to enhance the incentives to do the Digital Academy or Leon County Virtual School? And also, what sort of campaign are we going to do as a district or by school to make that happen?
Well, I think the first thing we did was, by going to a little bit of a hybrid model in some cases, was we opened up all of our electives, all of our courses, brick and mortar courses were in play, because we had a number of families that were going brick and mortar just because they couldn't get the ROTC class, or they couldn't get the steel drum class or the AP chemistry class. I had a Leon parent emailed me yesterday about Calculus BC, and the only reason she didn't want her daughter to go but couldn't get Calculus. Well, now all the courses are in play. And so by us saying that, we have already seen the results of parents now choosing, okay, cool, I can get all the classes where before I couldn't. And even Florida Virtual School doesn't offer those classes. They don't have those classes. It's just not in their directory. So by us doing that and thinking creatively, that we offer the full array of courses, has then given parents that may have stayed just because of a certain class the ability to go home and do digital. And those families, and that's what we're doing, guys. Think about it. We're offering the best of everything. You get the brick and mortar face to face, right? You get the Digital Academy for the kid like Rocky that Mama doesn't feel good about him coming to school right now because grandmama's living at home, but he's on a schedule. And then you have, for the other ones, the flexibility if they want to, flex hours, flex school, whatever, that Leon Virtual School. And so where I think we've given parents lots of creative options. You all made a collective plea at the last board meeting that was headlines in the paper about encouraging folks who could to stay home. Every class is offered. Your kids will be able to participate in extracurricular activities, in clubs and sports, in arts and music and programs throughout the district. So I think continuing to have those conversations is important. But at the end of the day, as my brother, it is what it is. And right now we know we have about 11,000 who choose. And that number may grow. As things change, that number may grow. And the more that number grows, especially with some of the practice we're putting in, the amount of density we can reduce in our brick and mortar schools. And so, yes, I think to your point, if parents, and I know y'all keep saying it again and again, other than saying it, I don't know how else to market that. But I feel like we're in a really good place with options that provide an option for every child and every parent.
Mr. Superintendent?
Can I just finish one thing about...
I'm sorry, we have another question. I'm sorry, Ms. Wood.
That's fine. It's hard on this Zoom thing to figure out sometimes. So Superintendent, I sent in a question today about the possibility of, again, people who do want a more time-free, not get up at 7:30 in the morning for their high school child. If they're in the Leon County Virtual School, what sorts of advantages will there be with that? And that, for example, could they take a digital academy class that's not offered on the Leon County Virtual School? That's one question. Can they participate in after-school activities at the school that they were enrolled in this year? And the third one is, spoke about yesterday, is if they want to return in January and their courses line up, can they go back to the school for which they were assigned at the beginning of the year? So those are my three questions.
I heard two. I heard that at first, the last question, yes, they can return to their assigned school. Yes, they can participate in after-school activities, the marching band, the sports, the drama club. What was the first question then?
First question is, can they take advantage of the digital academy where courses are not taught in the Leon County Virtual School, like the Calc 2 or some of those specialty courses?
So they want to be on a bell schedule for certain classes, but not on a bell schedule for other classes.
Possibly, like if they know that the one course they can't get in the virtuals. I just think it makes it more attractive.
Yes, I tell you what. Look, I'm all about thinking outside the box. So let me pull my folks together, and let me think through that one. Okay.
Okay. Anything we can do is what I'm trying to say to make it more attractive. To know virtual or digital, it's going to protect our teachers and our families.
Yeah, I do, and I agree. But I think we're in a really good place now. If we can, we'll look to try to accommodate it. But yes, I'm not a no person, so yes.
I like it.
Might need to be a no person.
Mr. Superintendent,
Jones.
Madam Chair, I'm interested. And I know we'll get a chance through this process to ask other questions as they come to us, but I am interested in what we will be doing to continue to drive up the numbers for those students who will be taking who will be dually enrolled, particularly at our Lively Vocational Technical College. Career and technical education is no less a premium option for a number of our young people. And I want to know that what will be the interface between them, our young people who are enrolled both in brick and mortar and digital, with guidance and career counselors who can lead them in that direction.
Yeah, we've made over the last several years a strong push to totally reprogram, rebrand Lively Technical College, to develop relationships with Career Source, the Chamber, with the Tallahassee Builders Association and others. So I'm not going to let that. We did a lot of work to just turn our back on it now. So yes, that will remain a priority, and I feel confident that Director Bell will be very innovative in ways that we continue to engage children at all levels to inform them of the job opportunities in this community and the skills needed to compete for those jobs.
All right, my turn.
Ms. Strickland.
There's only 6 of us left in here, so I'm way down at the end, so I'm just going to take my mask off a little bit because this is super personal, and this has probably been the hardest week that I think I've faced as a school board member since I've been here. And we have been overwhelmed with feedback from our community, teachers, parents, students, past students, people outside of Leon County, people within Leon County, district people. Everybody has a really passionate opinion about what's going on, and they're all right. No one's opinion is wrong right now. No one. The people who want to be in brick and mortar, they're right. The people who want to be at home, they're right. The people who believe in face masks, they're right. We want to make everybody happy. And I know one person in this room who wants it more than anybody, and that's our superintendent. He wants to make everybody happy, and we're not going to make everybody happy. We're just not. In fact, we're going to make some people mad, literally mad. I've read every single email that's come through, and trust me, there are hundreds more than what you're just seeing for persons to be heard. Hundreds. And they're just so passionate, and every time I read one, I'm like, this person's right. Yes, this person's right. But they are split right down the middle, between how dare you send us back and how dare you not let us go back. But I heard from a group today that, that really tugged at my heart, and it was principals. And because I think they're like us, I think they hear teachers and parents, and they want both. They're hearing both sides. And, some things I heard today, were upsetting, but at no fault of the district, and at no fault of this board, and at no fault of the principals. It's where we find ourselves, that there's just a lot of frustration and a lot of unanswered questions. You can tell from the board members. We asked question after question after question, and then I spent hours on the phone today with people to help me answer questions. There's always another question. And then tomorrow the circumstances may change, and there may be more questions, and I'm sure there will be. But I think after today, I just felt there was so much unease with our teachers, and just a panic. Life is not usual. Life is not normal for them. I felt a lot of unease with the emails from our parents. We made a decision, and now we want to change our mind, or we're just not sure, or Digital Academy is not what we thought it was, and maybe we want something else, and we just don't know. Class schedules, we thought at one time maybe we weren't going to be offering some of these specialized classes, and now superintendent, he listened to people and he said, okay, we're going to try to offer those classes. Curriculums, how do we transfer to virtual? And then as all of this is going on, we're watching our numbers rise for health reasons. The option to not open brick and mortar is not an option in my mind. We have been mandated by the state that we will open our schools in August 5 days a week. And by doing that, we're offering everybody what they need. We're offering the kids that need to go back to brick and mortar that option. We're offering our families who don't want to go back to brick and mortar that option. We're working, I've had a lot of conversations with Jillian. How can we convey this message to our parents in a clear and concise way? And it's very difficult. And I think because we have such a special community and a special district, that every school knows their community school, and every school wants to offer a plan that's right for their community. It's not one size fits all, Ms. Bowen, you're right. And that's made it really hard to convey that message. So all of this said, I want schools to open brick and mortar. I want kids to be able to choose. I want families to be able to choose. But the one meat in the middle that we do have right now is to delay our schools for one more week, to delay our opening. And I'm going to make a motion tonight that we delay our schools opening until August the 31st. And the reason for that
is because I felt the panic today from our schools that they're just not ready. There's a lot of unrest. And we're also giving our parents more time to decide. I know parents need to send their kids back. I get it. And there is no perfect situation here. But our state has mandated that our schools will open, and I would suggest we follow that mandate. But our state has also said you need to open in August, and that does give us the flexibility until August 31st. So my motion is that we delay opening until the 31st to give our parents more information and to give our teachers more time to prepare.
Mr. Superintendent, I thought that the order required us to open by the 25th or the 26th.
The order, from what I understand, Mr. Jones, is that it says you must open for 5 days brick and mortar in the month of August. I think there may be some confusion if that 5 days starts on the 31st or ends. But it has to be those entire 5 days have to be in the month of August. I have seen some other districts that have moved to the 31st. So, if you want to comment, Opal.
No, I was going to say almost exactly what you said. The order says starting in August, all public schools shall be open 5 days a week, brick and mortar. And so certain districts have interpreted that to mean you've got to start with a full 5 days in August. I don't think that's not the only interpretation you can take from what it's read, from how it's written. It says starting in August. So there are, to Mr. Hannah's point, some districts who have elected to start August 31st brick and mortar because they're starting.
I knew I had heard that date somewhere.
Yeah. Madam Chair?
Ms. Wood.
I'd like to second that motion so that we can, have a full discussion on this item. I think anything we can do right now to gain a little more time to make better decisions, as Ms. Strickland just said, to give our parents more time to understand the plan, understand their options. I really hope that we will make it as flexible as we can so that folks can stay home. The virus is real. Florida is at the center. And we have already lost 2 employees, and I think that weighs heavy on everyone's heart in this board and the superintendent and the staff. We have employees who have medical conditions, underlying medical conditions that puts them at great risk. And we've talked a lot, and a lot of parents, understand this from a parent's point of view, but you need to understand it also. Teachers don't have a lot of choice here. They have a lot of choices. Teachers don't have a lot of choice here. And so anything we can do to delay that's legal and that we can make happen, I'm for. So that maybe, my hesitation, and I'll just go ahead and say it now, sort of in the middle of a different motion, but my hesitation about this whole plan is why I'm going to have a hard time actually voting for it, even though I think you put so much work into it. I definitely not do that, but the underlying conditions of our employees, I just don't think that we have fully tackled how to resolve that and how to give them options that they are, particularly the ones who are very susceptible to COVID. I don't think we have solved that problem yet of how we serve us in a way that's most safe. So anything we can do within the order for. So I just want to say that now and second her motion.
Okay, so I have
Madam Chair.
Just a second, Mr. Jones. I just want to clarify for the record. We have a motion by Ms. Strickland and a second by Ms. Wood that we delay the start to August the 31st. And it is on that motion that we can now have discussion.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Excuse me, Ms. Williams.
We are currently now on 19.07, which is the reopening plan. This motion really does speak to 19.06, which is the amendment to the calendar. So I don't know. I mean, you have a motion and a second, so you're right for discussion, but it really does. It's more.
Well, I think this. I'm not sure you've. For me personally, this delay makes me a little bit more comfortable with the plan. So I'd want to know if the delay is part of the plan.
And it does state August 24th in this plan. So my motion should have really been to accept this plan with the amendment that we revise this date from August 24th to the 31st. That's where I'm trying to go. So I can pull the first motion and then make the motion that we accept the reopen plan with the amendment that August 24th is revised to August 31st. I see it on page.
But that ends all discussion on the plan.
Correct. So if we need to continue discussing the plan, that's.
Well, all we have is a motion. Well, you can make a substitute. Why don't we leave it where it is right now? And you can make a substitute motion after the conversation. How about that? Because we're in the right posture. We have a motion and a second. Let's have a conversation about delaying the start date.
Okay.
Is that?
Okay, well, if we're on to the start date and not the acceptance of the plan, I seem to recall, and I'm with you, I agree with you, but I do seem to remember Mrs. McAllister telling us in earlier conversations, either with us or with the task force, that there were impacts on insurances and payroll for our employees. And I just wanted to, if she wouldn't mind or someone provide some clarifying information on that, about that start date and people being without contract or without pay if we didn't start at a certain time in August.
Not on.
Am I correct in remembering some kind
You
of
are,
dialogue like that?
you are, Mr. Jones. Let me see if I can find a staff member to answer that question. There are some payroll implications. I'm not sure. It's something we can't work around. Obviously, other school districts have worked around it.
And let me make this one point too, because I do feel the teacher should continue to return on the 10th. That gives them 3 weeks instead of the 2 weeks to prepare. So it's not shifting their return to work date. It is shifting the school start date if that's possible. And there may be other ramifications.
There'll be
as well.
huge financial implications.
Because the
What we've done,
superintendent says it's $500,000 every day.
right?
If
So
we
what
were,
we've
if
done
they were
is
to be 3 weeks returning.
right. So we've taken the school year and gone from 180 to 175, and then put those into planning time instead to give them 15 days of planning. We can't adjust the school calendar anymore. We're already taking it down to bare bones. I think we may have one hurricane day or winter ice day or whatever. But we can't go down anymore. And then to Mr. Jones' point, another entire week, a third week of planning would.
I'm not sure, but we didn't even look at whether we have to bump up into a little bit of the traditional length of time of winter break. So,
Madam Chair,
Ms. Woods,
couldn't we? I mean, we can settle the issue.
Okay,
of
thanks. I'm on.
The payroll issues and other issues like Mr. Jones just brought up. There could always be a 2-week planning and a week in between to let teachers absorb all that and start school. So I think
Deanna McAllister's here.
Okay. Anyway, I think there might be some flexible ways to.
right, and I agree. And hey, Ms. McAllister, hold on one second, because one of the things that would be attractive to me about giving teachers and principals some more time is the hope that now that the principals know that they have a little more flexibility on how to do the dual track, if they could work with their teacher population to try as best we can to give those teachers who might be immunocompromised or who do have underlying health conditions or do have family members, that they could find ways to put the puzzle together to give them the greatest degree of protection. And I think that's part of the reason for some additional time being warranted. It is, I too heard loud and clear from my principals that they need more time. And we need a little extra time for the Chromebooks to get here. And you know, I know parents, I've said this too, we are running, I've been quoted as saying this, we are running out of runway to bring this plane in for a landing. We've got to have a date and a plan, and to the best of our ability, stick with it. Now, that said, we also have seen how in this pandemic, if anything is for sure, it's going to be change. And so if there's an uptick in the cases between now and our whatever start date we land on tonight, you know, even the Department of Health or even the governor or even the Commissioner of Education could change the mandate that we've been had on us. And so the more time we have within reason, I think parents need to know this is coming. Teachers need to know what to expect. Principals need to be able to plan, et cetera. So anyway, that's just.
Madam Chair,
Well,
Madam Chair, if I may continue, I agree. I'm all for the continued start date. The reason I raise this question is because we all need to be fully informed
Right.
about the implications of any vote and decision that we make.
Totally.
That it's not just arbitrary,
Right.
and that as the school board, we need to be made aware of what those implications may be on the same constituency with whom we are concerned about protecting. That's all. So I just want us to make certain that we go in with our eyes wide open and not eyes wide
And
shut.
to that point, Ms. McAllister is on the line.
If I may, Madam Chair, Ms.
Sorry, Mr.
Banks.
Superintendent.
Ms. Banks has joined us. Kim, I know you were probably driving home after your presentation on the budget. Board Member Striplin has made a motion to delay the start of the school year to August the 31st, potentially. Can you tell them, and you may need to consult with Dina Howell tomorrow, the payroll implications or adjustments that would need to be made by doing that?
Yes, and the payroll implications are going to be a large issue here because we have several employees. I'm thinking about our 10-month employees, so our bus drivers, our food service workers. By pushing the start date, we were already changing the pay. And so if we push the start date all the way to August 31st, unless we were planning on paying employees for almost a full month that they didn't work, I mean, we would really be shifting. They would, instead of being, where a lot of employees had anticipated only not receiving pay for 10 months, I mean, this would shift them. We would either pay for a month or pay them up front for a month that they hadn't worked, or we would be shifting them so they would have another month that where they were counting on getting pay, where they wouldn't be getting a month of pay. They would be essentially getting a day. So there's a lot of payroll implications. We would have to shift, paid holidays and all kinds of other things around. And then I also think that there's an issue on the HR side and Dina, I don't know if you can speak to this, but when they load the new calendar year, it's based on the calendar. So we've already scrambled twice.
Yes.
We've, loaded people, we've made payments, or we're getting ready to run a payroll for our 12-month employees. And so all these changes shift the way that people are set up in the Skyward system, which means we have to go, or Dina staff has to go back and basically undo everyone and reload every single employee, which could at some point cause delays in pay as well.
Exactly.
There's a lot of implications from changing. Like we had the payroll, I don't know if you noticed, but there was an updated payroll calendar on the agenda tonight that got pulled. That was as a result of the calendar changes that were proposed, I think like 2 meetings ago, where we had to kind of scramble to try to make everything work. And then when the new calendar was being proposed tonight for the 24th, we pulled those old payroll dates because again, we're going to have to make changes to teacher in-service days and everything else. So there's a ripple effect every time we make these decisions. It's not as easy on the pay side.
In addition to that, Ms. Banks, you can also speak to the fact that insurance comes out.
Yes, that's a huge, right.
Yes. And if you adjust,
the deductions start.
Yes, the deductions start, especially for our 10-month employees. So we have to be careful in vetting the days that employees are working. Each bargaining unit works a certain amount of days or number of days per calendar year or first school year. We just want to make sure that we're giving everybody the allotted number of calendar days based on contract.
Right. So if the contract days stayed the same, teachers still around 196 days. Some of those other 1010 and less employees on 185 days. We were a certain amount up front in the month of August anyway by starting on the 24th. There was only a week left in the month, correct?
Right, but now we're talking about a day.
Right. So I think the decision you guys on the work end, other than that obstacle on the work end, Dina, is it doable or not?
If it, for the good of the order, it's going to require myself, along with Dina Howe, Brett Shively, and Kim Banks's departments to sit and vet, along with Dr. Gale, who works the calendar, to look at the number of days that are required for instruction. It's going to take some time.
No, I can take care of the instruction piece. So basically, we would be pushing further into the month of June. That way, we're not messing with any of those other holidays that people have already made plans around or whatever. So we would potentially then be pushing just another week in June, finish the semester about where we have it now. I'm just concerned about, not worried about the instructional. I can figure that out. On the payroll end, can you guys figure out, even if we end up paying those employees at the end of August for, basically for the month, because they're counting on those checks and those dollars for time worked. Can we pull that off?
Kim and I can get together now and figure it out. We'll make it work, Superintendent.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Quick question here. I want to make sure that I'm hearing over here what you all are hearing in there. At this point, they're going to be taking a look at the suggestion recommendation that was made by Ms. Striplin, right? And they're also going to be taking into consideration no employees losing any insurance or anything like that and pay. Is that right?
Well, I think what I heard is Ms. Striplin's motion is still on the table, which is to delay the start time. And what I heard the superintendent and staff say is they'll figure it out.
I heard they figure it out. Okay.
Am I correct with that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And there would be no reduction in salary, no reduction in how we would just move further into June. I mean, there's no other negative ramifications, and like I said,
you caught me off guard.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
And I discussed this a little bit with you today, and even in my mind, I'm back and forth. I went in. I think I've been the steadfast advocate of brick and mortar. In fact, I didn't even want to delay to the 24th. But after listening to those principals today, it just, I just felt what was going on, that they were scrambling to answer questions that they couldn't answer. And just like we talked about earlier, the parameters, when teachers say, hey, I have a case in my class. Hey, I have 2 cases in my class. Wait a minute, I have 5 cases in my class. What's the number when I close my class? What's the number when we close our school? This is information we need before, and even if we have to make up a number, we have to create a number, but we need to give them parameters. And here's the problem, guys. I'm pretty sure this plan needs to be approved and submitted to DOE by the 31st.
Wow.
Guys, and it's like at 9:30 at night. So that's, this is the problem. We can't push this and say, we'll let us think about this for a week. I think tonight's it.
Jillian, are you still in I saw her walk in.
I did see her walk in.
Jillian, are you in the room?
I am not in the room. I am in the building in my office.
There you are. We were asking, I don't know if you heard Ms. Striplin, we were asking about this plan have to be submitted to the DOE by now already?
I am not able to turn my video on, so I don't know if
I can hear you.
The moderator would like to do that. In the plan, if you look on page, the first page of the plan, I think maybe page 2 of the narrative, it says school will start on August 24th, or a date later to be determined.
Oh.
And so that's in the plan. So you may, that's published. So what can happen is the plan itself is really about the educational approach, the learning management system, the content, instruction, those kinds of things. These safety issues that you want to flesh out are somewhat outside of the plan. So the calendar date is in that sentence. I think Miss McKinney-Williams, if you have it in front of you, I'm sorry to I have it. But that is there. And then the work that needs to be done, we are in a proper position in the district to meet the required deadlines from the state.
Yeah, so page 8 of the section entitled On Campus In-Person Learning.
Yep.
In-person learning is available to all students on all campuses. Students attending on-campus classes will begin school on August 24th or another date to be determined. And so the another date to be determined can be reflected in that other agenda item of the calendar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jillian, for clarification.
Okay, Mr. Superintendent, do you want to, you're still feeling like it's doable to accommodate Ms. Strickland's motion without?
Remember what I said earlier today, Mr. Jones? I'm not a what person. I'm not a no person. So if it's the will of this board to push the start date to August 31st to allow more time, then yes, we will make it happen.
Good.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jones.
I appreciate the Ms. Strickland for having made this motion, and for the team for being able to make the accommodation. I think that in lieu of what we have also discovered relative to our technology concerns, I think this will give us very some much needed, if I might use the chairwoman's allegory, some additional runway for us to be able to fully equip our young people. I'm also interested in, and not at this time, but perhaps in our subsequent meeting next week, what it will be the plan for the utilization of this additional time and the impacts on that in terms of teacher preparation. I know that we've heard from Shane Seifert and his issues, his plan for Title II dollars. I know that Ms. Joy Bowen has talked at great length about cultural sense competence training. So I just would love to hear about how that time will be used, and and the implications for the same. One last point that I would like for us to make, Mr. Superintendent, you and your team have worked very, very hard and are continuing to work very hard to prepare our district and our facilities for our teachers and our students' return. I think this goes back to one of the things that we talked about yesterday, and I think it is important that we're able to communicate to our public, our weary and wary public, about what we are doing to prepare our schools, and I think that will help people to approach their return with greater confidence, because we have been able to show them, like many of us have seen, because we visited the schools, be able to see what progress is being made to prepare. I think we cannot in any way overlook what has been the clear voice of our faculty and staff about their return. They have communicated, although we've heard from parents in great voices today, we've also heard from our teachers. And this is what they've communicated to their principals. So I think we would go a long way to create the type of climate where people are prepared to return if we were to let them know how hard we're working in the interim. One, pushing the date back like we've done, but then also how we're using that time to make our buildings more ready, to make them more ready, and to make our student classrooms ready, and provide the technology that our students need. And I think we can go a long way to telling those stories.
Right.
And in addition to those stories, our administrators who are trying to, and Ms. Wood, you can, if you can explain this better than I'm sure you can. What it takes to put a master schedule together is not an easy lift, or not a non-time consuming task. So I think a big piece of what we're trying to accomplish here is to give our principals a chance to figure that piece out. Because if the numbers change, if more students opt in or out of Leon County Virtual or other options, that has a domino effect, right?
I'm glad you brought that up again, because as you know, that's the thing I keep harping about is I think there's so much good work in this plan, and there's so much good thought, and I really, really want to support it, because, we have to have a plan in by Thursday, but the condition upon which I can support this is if we think a little harder about how to work with our employees who are actually medically fragile. And I'm talking about women who have high risk pregnancies and people who have cancer and all those things. I just think we feel comfortable right now with the plan that says every teacher has to be at school and every teacher has to teach a classroom. Now, I know there's been some flexibility provided by the superintendent, which I really appreciate, that principals are going to have the ability to shift some things around to accommodate those teachers, but it has to be equitable. It just can't be what school you landed in, you get an accommodation because there's enough flexibility there to, do the schedule. I just want us to have a much more district approach to making sure that teachers aren't feeling like they have to take leave or leave the profession, as many have said they feel like they have to do right now, in order to keep their jobs because they don't feel safe. And so, as Jillian just said, this plan is more about how we cover the curriculum and meet the DOE requirements. And I don't really have a problem with any of that. And I appreciate all the work, and I know we have a deadline, but I'm not going to feel comfortable, starting school until we have this question answered. But we have a few more board meetings, and I think just giving people more time to figure this last piece out is going to go a long way. And I do appreciate tonight that there was a commitment to providing whatever kind of PP&E a teacher wants, and we're not going to worry about the costs and microphones and getting proper social distance. So I appreciated all those concessions, not concessions, but promises that the superintendent made tonight. I think the teachers will appreciate that. And then the hard numbers of when a classroom closes, when a school, much more clarity about that. But that's not in this plan tonight. That's not what the commissioner is requiring. So I'm going to have to trust, when I do trust, that the superintendent and the staff are going to come back with a plan for this very important issue that I know is important to all of us. And I can support the plan with that reassurance. So I hear that from the superintendent. We'll take a vote on the plan.
And I would,
Madam Chair?
I think I've said over and over, there's got to be a way that we can do everything possible. Now, we may not be able to meet every single person where they are, and there very well may be people who need to choose early retirement or a leave of absence or something. But I go back to, that was part of my idea around having a chief medical officer and having them work with risk management and HR, is to, as best we can, try, I know people who've had recent medical scares and new diagnoses that they didn't have a month ago. And I'm worried about them, and I want to make sure that we are doing everything humanly possible to accommodate our valuable staff and teachers.
Yeah. Madam Chair?
Ms. Bowen?
Thank you. I agree. The discussion is good to have, and we've been having it now for a few meetings, but I think the direction that I hear us going tonight may help us, particularly in this move to extend the return of students, to start to move the needle in an upward position when it comes to system morale. It's at an all-time low because we all shuttered in and we're not knowing where we're going. And I think to provide this as the opportunity to have the system, our neighbors, know that we really are trying to do what we can under the circumstances that we've been mandated that we have to work with. I think that it for me, hopefully they will see this and continue to talk to us about what they want to do. And along with Ms. Striplin's point, I want to know more from the parents, what more can we give? What more might we do? What more is unanswered? And I know they're anxious, but we want to know those things as well. And so I'm feeling good that, a little better, that's where we're starting to go with this.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Superintendent,
Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Superintendent,
Yes, sir.
will we be able to pay our hourly workers, our bus drivers, and our
Yeah.
food service people if we change our start date?
He said he'd take
Well, what
care of it.
you'll be doing.
I
we'll
asked the
take-
superintendent.
So we'll,
He's answering.
the question was, will we be able to pay them? I can't guarantee all employees, all hourly employees, but for those groups that are in the bargaining agreement, it will take some work by our staff, but yes, we can compensate them for work that they have not completed yet. And that, if we end up not opening at all and furloughing people, anyway, but yes, the answer to the question is yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Because I'm a particular concern for this population because a great number of those persons reside in my district. And I want, as much as I want to move that date, I don't want them to be sacrificed either. Our staff and our teachers all matter to us.
You're
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Jones. I just wanted to say, because I don't want this to be left out, that I feel like we've done everything, and I'm gonna follow Ms. Striplin's lead. We've been in here now. I'm ready for a mask break. Like we're gonna give our students. We've been going for multiple hours, and I haven't taken this off yet. And we are 6 feet apart, and there's no one else here. I feel like we have really done everything we can do to accommodate our parents. We have preserved the brick and mortar option for those who choose that. We've offered the digital academy for those who want to school from home, but with structure. And we've offered the Leon virtual school for those who want more flexibility from home. Tonight, we've made a little bit of progress toward trying to better accommodate the concerns of our principals by giving them some more time, or if this passes, we will have given our principals a little bit more time for the master schedule. We will have hopefully given our principals and leadership from the district more time to figure out ways in which we can add extra accommodations for our faculty and staff who may have underlying conditions or may be immunocompromised or may have family circumstances that would require them to not be in close contact with a lot of people. I think we've accommodated most of our students, because for most of our students who want to return to brick and mortar, another few days isn't going to matter. The group I'm worried about that another week could matter to are the children that were referenced earlier tonight. The kids who are in a bad home situation, who may be victims of abuse or human trafficking, or those kids who suffer from depression and anxiety and they need their support system. And I'm just hoping and praying that just a few more days won't so adversely impact them that knowing that school is going to start. I mean, sometimes hope is what you need, right? Knowing that, yes, school is going to start on the last day of August, that hope will carry them and get them to where they need to be too. I'm just concerned. We have a lot, and for the sake of our parents who need for their children to be back in school or involved in even technology-based instruction because they need to be able to work from home or return to work in the office. Economic downturns can be just as catastrophic. If you think about the Great Depression of 1929, I mean, I've had mental health counselors who contacted me worried to death that if we don't open schools up, the uptick of clients that they have been seeing that suffer from depression and threat of suicide in this pandemic. And so we have a lot of problems that are really not in our normal wheelhouse so much. I mean, we're primarily supposed to be educators, but that hasn't been the case in a long time, has it? And so I just want to acknowledge, I don't want that, the remarks that were heard earlier tonight and the remarks, the emails, the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails that I've tried to read every single one, I've tried to answer every single one, that there are all these different stakeholder groups that we are desperately trying to find a way to thread this needle and comply with the law and not bankrupt our system and protect our employees and educate our children emotionally, physically, intellectually. Those are all the things that we're trying to capture, and we're doing the very best we can. And I'm grateful to be a group of people who are listening to each other. They're listening to diverse opinions, and we're trying to find ways to get to where we all need and want to go, which is the safe education of our community, the safety of our faculty and staff, and in a way that supports our primary mission of education and hopefully contributing to our economic vitality in this community as well. So with that, are you ready?
Yep. Should we call the vote?
Yes. So there's a motion on the table to, well, Jillian says we don't have to amend the plan.
Correct.
But
So we're in the middle of an agenda item on reopening schools, but yet a motion was made in the middle of it. So with some advisement.
Well, and the motion that was made was to delay the start date to August 31st.
Right. So we need to vote on that, and then we open on the reopen plan.
Well,
or you could withdraw that motion and apply it to the calendar. We could revert to item.
Okay.
19.06.
Let's go. We could
Okay.
revert to item 19.06. You make the motion again on 19.06.
All right.
And then.
Yep. I withdraw the motion.
Okay. Motion's withdrawn. Ms. Wood, you seconded the motion. If you'll withdraw your second for now, let's revert to item 19.06, which is the regular school year calendar. Ms. Striplin, do you have a motion on the regular school year calendar?
Yes. Motion to move the start date to August 31st.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. Striplin, second by Ms. Wood. Are you prepared to vote? Mr. Jones, I see you. It looks like you're trying to say something, but I can't.
I'm sorry, I'm muted. Forgive me. Is there not a presentation on the calendar?
I don't think so.
It's just a calendar.
The action requested was to amend the calendar to move the start date to August 24th. And so the motion and second that have been made are to move the start date further to August 31st.
I'm with that. I'm all for August 31st. You have no complaint with me there. But there's to be a presentation about, there's some implications to this start date that somebody might, the superintendent or a member of the staff might want to clarify to provide some additional information before we finalize the vote.
Well, I will take complete responsibility for catching you off guard, and I apologize. I was not sure I was going to go or not go. It's been all day back and forth. And I would like to gather more information. What does that mean to your point, to make sure that no party is going to be injured if we do this? There's not going to be any significant ramifications. If there is, and I want to have the time, I know that can't happen, today.
So if I may, so I think by you moving the start date for students to August 31st, we financially, as far as employees, can work it out with some hard work,
Okay.
right? As far as the calendar, I am asking that we commit to the 10 days, that we are not committing to 15 days of pre-planning, that we commit to 10 days of paid pre-planning for our teachers.
Okay.
And then we'll put it to them. What would they rather want? Do the 2 weeks prior to the 31st, or the 2 weeks starting on the 10th and going to the 24th and then having a week in between? We'll let them make that decision. And we'll still have a 175-day school calendar with those 10 days of pre-planning up front. Okay. Now, what that will do is it will push us further into June. Okay. So instead of finishing, I believe right now, the 3rd or 4th of June, it would be the 10th or 11th of June. Okay. So that's basically what it would do.
And
Right.
again,
And then,
we're-
and right now, the first semester was scheduled to end the second week of January, right before MLK weekend. But
there's going to be some.
But no, well, we may still be able to end the. I don't know. I need to talk to Missy about that. I think we can still actually end the first semester there. But by moving to the 24th, we could not have ended the first semester before the winter break as we traditionally have. So that's why we moved it. But I'll check with Missy. We can make those adjustments. We can make. I think the message to parents is
School
first
starts
I
on
owe
the
them an
31st.
apology. Okay, because but I do, but we have to say that this is it. The 31st come, you know what, or you know what, we're starting school. And I think they need to hear that too, because they came up here tonight thinking y'all were going to vote on whether or not we were going back to school. So I think that needs to be made clear. Yes, we are going back to school on August 31st. It don't matter what happens.
Well, unless
I know, unless something.
our hospitals are overwhelmed and
Okay,
the
all right. But I
government
think they
order
need-
changes.
But I think they need to. I think our community needs to hear our school board say we're going back to brick and mortar schools on August 31st.
I agree.
I completely agree.
And they
I
also
agree.
need to, but they also need to hear us say, Mr. Superintendent, our teachers need to hear us say that we've extended this date because we want to make certain that we will be able to create for them the optimum climate for them to return to school to teach. And that with this additional time, both the facilities and the amenities that will be provided for them to mitigate any harm coming to them and to create the most optimum place for them for work is also created. And I think we need to speak to that population as well. Like Ms. Rasmussen has described, we've satisfied the parents, but the ones who were of great critical concern to us were our teachers. And I also want to add before we finish this issue, I am not satisfied with what has been our response to Ms. Wood and her concern about our senior teachers. We just heard an impassioned commentary from one of our seasoned teachers, and I don't want us to leave this meeting without having addressed that issue fully and come to some resolution.
All right, well, let's see if we can tackle the calendar. So my question is then, Opal, do we need to pull this item completely and have a new calendar presented?
What I think you can do, you have a motion and a second, you can vote on the delay of the start date.
Yes.
And then the superintendent can bring back another amended calendar next week with that.
I think we need to send a really clear message, though. We don't need to be like, I think your motion as it stands says we're changing the start date on this calendar to the 31st.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
And
again,
then another calendar can come back.
yes, but it will come back. But the motion and the second is on starting the start date being August 31st, and if the board votes in the affirmative of that, then that's what becomes the start date. But of course, the full calendar
It has to
and all of the
adjust.
adjustments,
Yeah.
will be brought back based on that date.
Right.
And I just want to thank everyone for supporting this, the board members, especially superintendent. I know, and again, my apologies. It was not my intent to catch you off guard or everybody else. Obviously, people have left the meeting, and I'm sorry for the chaos this has caused, but my heart was just really torn today and has been, for all week. And there's just so much has changed. I mean, and
we want to get it right. And I know,
you do. I know you do.
But I think we have to give parents.
I agree.
We have to, because
I
the
agree.
parents who left here tonight,
They didn't know
already, they wanted it to start on the 24th, or
Agree.
better yet, the original date of the 18th.
And I did too. When he called me about the 24th, I wanted
too.
it to be on the 17th. And
Yeah.
no, we will not adjust it after this unless it's mandated by the state. This is it, August 31st.
Well, can I make one clarification to that, what you just said, Ms. Strickland?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be the move to our calendar, but it may be a local decision and not a state decision, depending on the virus and what happens in this community. So, we're going to have medical advice on that. So our plan, as I hear it, is we're voting on moving up the start date. And that is what we know right now.
That is what, yep. All right, so we'll call the vote.
Yes, are you ready to vote? All
Ready?
right. There's a motion and a second. Do you want a roll call or do you want any objection? So I tell you what, vote yes or no.
Yay.
Yes.
Yay. Yes.
Mr. Jones?
He's a yes.
Mr.
I'm
Jones?
sorry, I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Overwhelmingly
Motion-
yes.
The motion has been moved and seconded and unanimously approved. So the school start date, barring any unforeseen change of circumstance, will be August the 31st. So that takes us then
Thank you, School Board Member Strickland.
That takes us then to back to the plan, which we need to have submitted to DOE.
What about 19.06? The calendar.
Yes.
We didn't
Calendar, Madam Chair.
What you did was, instead of the superintendent's recommendation, you made a motion to deal with the start date for that item.
So the fallout of that will come back to us in the
Yes.
form of a new calendar
We'll
next
have
week.
another
Okay.
action item, hopefully next week.
All right. So back to the plan, which is item number 19.07, which needs to be submitted to the Department of Education.
Motion to approve the reopening plan.
Move to approve. Moved by Ms. Strickland. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms.
Second.
Any questions?
All right.
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
This goes back to my earlier concern about how we are communicating this information to our varied stakeholder groups. It is the document is not. We might need to make it more. I think we need to make it more easily. I mean, we need to market it appropriately to all our varied constituencies so that they are clear about what our plan is moving forward. And I look forward to the policy items that the staff will bring to us regarding some of the issues found herein for us to consider from this same policy.
May I say something too?
Ms. Wood?
Yes. I agree with Mr. Jones. We need to have a complete marketing plan on this and clarity. I hope that we can provide one of the flexibility options I mentioned tonight, which is if folks want to do Leon County Virtual School, that they will be able to pick up a digital academy option and that would mean they would go at that a certain time, but it might not be at 7:30 a.m. because there are, actually I hope that after we get what our buses are, that we can even look at the start time. Because we know that 7:30 is too early for high school students, but that'll be a different conversation.
What?
I don't want to mix up the discussion right now, so never mind. Just forget I said that. I'll bring it up another time.
Thank you, Ms.
But,
Wood. I greatly appreciate that very much.
But let me just finish. So my big concern, and I haven't quite heard it from the superintendent yet. I've had some reluctance in approving this plan, not because it's a bad plan, but I just, I'm concerned that right now the plan is that every teacher goes back and teaches students whether or not, and I'm talking about in person, whether or not they have severe medical underlying conditions that expose them to COVID. So I need a commitment that we are going to, that the superintendent and staff are going to come back with more clarity and more options for people who are in that situation to teach remotely or whatever they need to do to accommodate so that they are safe. And I need to hear that tonight before we vote.
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking to hear, Ms. Wood. I mean, we will try to be as accommodating as we can, but I don't understand what assurances you want. It is my position that teachers to function and do their job, whether they have students assigned to them or not, need to do it from their office, from their classroom. And if you want an assurance that I'm going to allow teachers to work from home, like what happened in the spring, I'm not in a position to give you that. If that's what you're asking.
That's not what I was asking.
Okay.
Because I've heard you loud and clear on that, and I think most teachers can come to the schoolhouse. There may be an exception, and I'm sure you would make that if it's a serious exception through ADA accommodation. What I'm saying is, I just think there needs to be more district-wide planning to look at the schools. I know the principals are going to try to make arrangements for their teachers, especially those at risk. But I would like to see some more thought put into that, and some more, if it takes adding staff, whatever it takes, so that we can assure teachers that they are going to be safe, as safe as we can make it. We can't cut out all the risks. I understand that, but for a particularly high risk, as I mentioned, people with cancer and at-risk pregnancies, whatever we can do to assure teachers, we are going to try to accommodate that and put them in really virtual situations. That's why I want us to advertise more strongly about the virtual option, so we can hopefully bring more people into that option and make more teachers be eligible to teach virtually.
Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Jones?
Madam Chair, I will not provide that level of specificity as Ms. Woods has. When we met yesterday in agenda review with the General Counsel and Ms. McAllister, we had the assurances that we would, as those persons would identify themselves as having special need, that would provide accommodation for them on a case-by-case basis. What gives me pause is that based upon what we heard today from one of our veteran teachers, they are not aware that there's a climate whereby that type of engagement and opportunity will be afforded. And therein lies my rub. However we find a way to provide that option, I'm not going to tell you how to do it, right? I wouldn't, because I don't know the expanse of the district and all the opportunities contained therein. But Ms. Mars, a veteran teacher with a year left to drop, does not feel as if she has a place for herself in our district, and that gives us all pause. And I just want if we have this goodwill, this grace, as was described yesterday, then if the public does see, the communication is not about it's not the fault of the hearer. It is a failure of the speaker. And I think therein lies our problem here with how we're communicating with our teachers. And I think that for her to feel that way, when we've clearly said the day before that that is not the case, then if our teaching population doesn't know it, then we've got to remedy that. And we've identified that it is a small number of persons, and we're not soliciting them, right? But we do need to let them know that there is a method by which they can talk with us to remain engaged. And we can discuss it for those who may want to still be in our employ. That's all.
Mr. Superintendent, this is Dina McAllister.
Go ahead, Ms. McAllister.
Okay, I want to make sure that Mr. Jones and board members are clear. There's two different issues going on. The teacher that presented herself to the board earlier today is not referencing being no longer working in the district as a result of an illness or that of such. I want to make sure that we're clear about that. And yesterday during our meeting, we did talk about the fact that information was sent out to the district all. And board members were in receipt of that shared the process that persons who have underlying conditions or serious medical conditions could notify the district. And that process, that information was sent out. The Office of Labor Relations is vetting that paperwork, and I will work closely with Mr. Stupsky along with our school board attorneys, not including Mrs. Opal McKinney Williams, but Deborah Menace and Leonard Dietzen will review those instances and to see what opportunities, if there are any, or we can meet those mandates. If not, we'll work with those employees to make sure they understand the process and next steps that they can take.
Thank you, Ms. McAllister. All right, are we ready to vote? Yes. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the proposal that is going to be sent to the Department of Education as presented tonight? Say aye.
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 All opposed? I'm a yes, but I'm waiting. I haven't heard.
I didn't
yes.
think it's really hard for me, but I am going to trust in our superintendent and the staff they've heard from the teachers, they've heard from the principals, they know our concern. I'm going to trust that they are going to really work on these accommodations for our most at-risk employees. So with that, I will say yes.
Okay, show it unanimously approved.
Unanimously approved.
Board Chair Rasmussen,
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's important to note, and we appreciate the support of the board, but I want to make sure that all of you all understand that anything that affects working conditions, terms, employment has to be vetted through each of our bargaining units.
Yes, of course.
So for the good of the order, I want to make sure that all of you all are reminded, it's a gentle reminder that we'll be working closely with LCTA, continuing work groups. We'll be working with 1010 as well as LESPA to make sure that we're vetting and working with all of our employees to make sure that all of them feel heard and they have a voice in this plan during this unprecedented time. So although this is a proposal that will be presented to the DOE, it still has to be vetted if it affects working terms and conditions with each of our bargaining units as we are working closely with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's absolutely true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Superintendent, did you want to say something further?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for your support of the plan, and I can assure you without any promises that we can't keep that we're going to try to protect all of our employees to the best of our ability and to provide for them an opportunity to remain gainfully employed as members of the Leon County school system. With that, I would ask you if you would indulge me. Last week, Board Member Jones made a passionate plea, and we had a moment of silence for Mr. Byrd. I would ask we do the same tonight for Ms. Bradwell, the other member of the Fort Braden community that passed away over the weekend. So if we could have a moment of silence for Ms. Bradwell. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Superintendent, do you have any closing comments or under item 22.01?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right. It has been a long night. I just want to thank everyone involved. The staff has been tireless. The task force members have been tireless. The board members, I know we've all been on the, I've heard it referenced all around tonight that we were on the phone and or email with medical experts, legal experts, trying to answer constituents, listening to ideas from stakeholders. We have done everything humanly possible, in my opinion, to do our best to try to accommodate and address every different possible eventuality and every different stakeholder group. And I think we've done a yeoman's job, and I'm honored to be a part of this group. And I'm glad that we listen to each other and we listen to our stakeholders and we listen to our constituents, and we're doing the best we can. And we're going to keep doing the best we can. And we are a part of continual improvement. So this isn't the end of anything. And as the superintendent said, it's not forever, it's for now. And we will be right back at it tomorrow. So with that, Mr.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I have a continuing concern.
All right,
Madam Chair.
10 after 10, people. We still got to drive home all the way out here from the house.
Madam Chair.
I have a continuing concern.
Better not.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm just teasing.
I'm not teasing. Madam Chair.
Ms. Bowen.
Thank you. Quickly, I just want to thank each of you for your calls, your cards, and your letters from the entire system in the loss of my brother last week. I just want you to know that I needed to have heard from you in the way that I did during his passing. Thank you very much. I love you each.
Love you. And so you're allowed to talk then under those circumstances. All right, are we ready now?
Yes.
All right,
We're
Ms.
ready.
Goodwin moves, we rise.
Yes.
Your mics are still live.